stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Monday and happy Veterans Day. Any veterans out there, make sure that you guys are giving them some love today. It's Veterans Day. So surprise, we're back for the Delphi trial verdict watch. So we are on day, is it 4? Is it like 3? Because we only had like a couple hours. Technically, we're about 18 hours-ish of deliberation time. I mean, if you guys have a different calculation, let me know, but I think we're at about 18 hours. We don't have nobody's running a good clock on this thing. So, like, nobody's running a trustworthy clock on this thing because we don't really know what's going on in there, but I think it's about 18 hours right now. So it is 1:10 there, 1:10 in the afternoon, and they are deliberating until 4, give or take a half hour to them, so they can kind of come and go whenever they really need to. Oh, let's see. Okay, let me say hi to you guys, and we're gonna get started. I don't know. I have not actually heard back from Travis, but I have been dealing with the tiny person who has a really bad ear infection. So we're headed to the doctor after this live later this afternoon. So I haven't heard back from Travis yet, but that's okay. I have some other stuff for us to go over, and oh, are you really, Guillaume? Are you heading over there? So I figure we can just check in with the local cameras and see what's going on at the courthouse. So, what the heck? Just check in with why is my phone playing me now? Let's get rid of that shit. We don't need any of that. We don't need that. Go away. Yeah, so we were doing home treatments over because it's kind of come and gone, and so we've been doing like home treatments, but now it's at the point where I'm not going to give you the gross details, but it's at the point where we don't have a choice. He's got to go to the doctor. He is not happy. I am tired. Let's just put it that way. I am tired. Yeah. Yay to T, not yay to tiny humans ear infection. Yay to T. All right, well, thank you guys for being here. So let me say hi to you guys real quick, and then we'll get into some stuff. Actually, you know what? Let me pull this up first before I say hi to you guys. Give you guys a chance more of you guys to get in here. Get in here. Get in where you fit in. Oh, yep, Travis is there. There he is. So Travis will join us soon. So if you guys aren't familiar, Travis is an attorney out of Texas, and he has been following this case, mostly the legal side of things, and he comes in and helps us understand some of the legal stuff. Well, one of the things that we wanted to discuss was the lawsuit against Dr. Walla and the lawsuit against Dr. Martin. And so he has been very kind to offer his time to come up and go through those with us. I'm going to grab this video. This video. Throw it up here. So this is just a stationary cam that one of you guys shared with me. So I figure we can just kind of keep an eye on what's going on there, and then if we have anybody who the heck. There you go. No, I haven't really seen any comments, so let me go back and see what's going on in chat. Like I said, I wanted to throw this up. We kind of just keep an eye on what's happening kind of outside the courtroom. This is just somebody's stationary camera that they have just pointed directly at the courthouse, so we'll just keep an eye on it through that. Hi, Tammy. What's up, the Rockaways? People are scrambling on the sidewalk. Yeah, I don't know where everybody's going right now. That's kind of interesting. Why everyone going in? I don't think there was a couple people who went in, but I don't think that it seems like these guys are like getting ready to walk somewhere else. But we don't have a moving camera, so I'm gonna pull up another one, and because I know they will go live and walk around, but they aren't currently. So whenever they do, I'll pull them up so we can kind of get a better idea. It's going to be a struggle because, like I said, they're just out. They're just like watching directly. There's just a stationary camera that we can only see what's happening right in front of it. You can hear a little bit. Mostly you hear the wind. But if anybody's like talking right here, you can't hear it.
I will.
Thank you, malicious intent. I'm exhausted. I like it's one of those days that I know like all the words are not going to work. Like, why isn't anyone talking? Well, that's why I said I have it on mute, mofo. But you can be like backing up. I turned it on so you guys can kind of get an idea of it's kind of just stationary. Now everybody's like standing over here. Why is Andrea like standing over here? Are they just moving around, or did they actually line people up for something?
Well,
that's a lot of. Yeah, why is everyone lining up?
he was talking to a woman.
You'd think that if we had a verdict, that somebody out here would have already tweeted before they went in with their phone. Something seems to be happening here. This is kind of interesting. I don't think Julie's there. Let me see. Did you? I'm telling you, I haven't talked to anybody today, so I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, it is interesting. They do look like they're in a line. She was there, Peppermint Tea. And if she's not working, I know she'd be there. All right, well, let me finish saying hi to you guys. She just got off a 24-hour shift this morning and showed on Lana's. Okay, thank you. They are totally in a line. I know. What's up, Anna? Hey, Gravital. I heard a rumor that the verdict is. Yamar.
Yeah. Right there's defense.
I don't know what's going on.
Lauren's running.
Lauren's running.
Hey, you got.
She, that's Rosie and
That's the
Baldwin, it
defense
looks
team
like.
going in right now. Just so everybody knows.
Yeah,
So there has to be a verdict.
there is a verdict. No fucking way. Hey, hold on, you guys.
I was bringing you a wind Yeah. I was trying to assist you.
Hopefully it's over with you soon.
All right. I saw that when we was coming up. I was just trying to help you out. I'll be going live, so pay attention to my live. All right.
Yeah, he went upside down a couple times.
Yeah, bought the box and a few bricks for it to set up there, trying to lock you down for it.
That big one up there flew over too, so.
Oh, everything's been blowing around today.
I was the one that had the wife come up and let you go. Yeah.
Okay, that was Julie. She is at a restaurant,
This guy
and I'm like, you need to get the hell out of there. She said there is a verdict. There is a verdict. Yep. So they are on their way back to the courthouse. Now they have to. Now they have 2 hours. 2 hours for. Oh my God. Oh my God! I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna be sick.
That's what I was testing you guys about that one. About 1 o'clock.
Did somebody tell Lana has to know there's a verdict? Well, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of weird
There was plenty of parking on.
because the defense team already got there. They're going to go in there and wait for 2 hours.
Because I don't know where all these people came from.
Everybody saying a prayer out there.
Oh, Junkie, I know. Hey, right. So they have what the judge said was that when the verdict was reached, she would give a 2 hour notice. It was supposed to be a 10-minute notice, and then it changed to like an hour, and then it changed to like a 2 hour. So I am not sure if she doesn't going off of what's happening based on people there. Let me make a new banner.
Have her assist you get the camera around.
One's a little nuts.
So I was like, well, I'll fix that if they don't have anything going on. So grab the box and a few bricks and figure you set it up there as a wind block. Yeah, I just live on the other side of the bridge. So.
Okay, so that should put this on here. So hopefully when people pop in, they can see that we are. Yeah, I turned that on like right at a really good time because I was like, wait a minute, they do look like they're freaking lining up. All right, let's see.
Go down to like Save a Lot.
Keep going.
That road right there by Save a Lot.
You go right past the blue town I live in.
Let's see.
You guys, you ready to get called the next one?
So she's in line. She's like,
Where's
Julie's coming. She's coming. She goes, well, we got 2 hours. I said, no, we
Yeah.
got
now this is
now.
Lana's live. Okay, stop it.
I'm like, maybe I should say that. Because I can hear from others. I know, and I do. I'm like, I don't.
put me up. No.
Grab one.
Don't. No, nobody's in yet, you guys.
I need to see who's all here. We're doing check off.
Yeah, what's going on? How
I
is
just
it
met-
working? Yeah, are we gonna be?
Yeah,
Are we
they said
respecting?
They
this
said they
list?
were honoring the list. But she needs to bring her ass back here. Amy, we got to line up and they're going to honor our list.
The-
Sure they're gonna honor it.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
said they was. They're going to honor our list.
Line them up.
Like that's what we've been doing this whole time. So
Who's all? We need to see who's all here. I need to check everybody off. Who's all here?
Yep.
So Amy's here.
Yes.
Julie's here. Sean's
I'm
here.
here.
In here. Lana's here. Andrea's here. Laura Lee's here. Raphael's here. Lauren.
Lauren's here.
Lauren.
Lauren's here.
They're honoring our list, so everybody good.
No. Listen.
Yep, so we have almost an hour and a half. So we're gonna have to wait before they even go in there and get it read to them. And then what are they? Who's somebody's gonna like rush out and report it to us? Verdict is in. They are waiting to go into the courthouse.
They said no. Ran back.
I kind of had stuff I wanted to go over, but now I don't even.
We'll see.
I can't even do it. Freaking out. Freaking out.
I literally was walking out of that. I'm number 2. Yeah.
And I'm number 3.
5. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm up there.
Yep.
Get up there.
Yeah.
Truth Seekers number 1.
Yep.
Let her
Let
through,
me-
please let her through.
through. She's number 1.
Please let Jenny through.
I'll let
Please
Amy
let
go on.
Jenny through.
Yep.
Thank you, Amy.
You're fine.
Thank you, Amy.
Yeah.
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my God.
We've been working with this list, so.
Julie, you're behind me. And I'm behind you. And then there. Yeah,
And then
there's
the
our
comment,
number.
whoever's part of the
There's
comment,
there.
they're
Comment right there with us.
Amy. Okay, there she is. Okay, no,
Yeah.
you're good. You're good. I'll just follow you. Okay.
Smoking a
Laura,
cigarette.
Tamika, after Raphael, Lindsay, Carrie, Joe, Grayson.
It's 2
Karen
hours.
White,
When are they gonna let us
Reno.
in though?
We have
You have to seat everybody.
Well,
We-
usually like the media
Okay,
knows about it 2 hours prior.
According to all the news,
Are you-
Yeah,
it
Raphael.
will be read in about an hour and a half, 3 p.m.
Truth Seekers number 1, I feel like.
I'm 1, Julie's 2, Shab's 3, Amy's 4,
ladies.
Anna's 5.
Hi, Travis. I don't know if you've heard yet, but they have reached the verdict.
Raphael's 8.
Noe.
Nine,
Where's
nine.
Noe?
Tamika's 10, Lindsay's 11.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Carrie White,
You look frozen.
No,
We're waiting on him. He's on a lot of
13, Grayson 14, 15, Karen White, Biz.
Can you hear me, Trav?
Yeah, I'm sure they won't.
So are we going?
I can hear you, but the sound is overshadowing your voice.
Oh, okay. They have reached a verdict.
Oh,
I didn't know if you'd heard. So I said, like, all of our plans. I don't know. I don't even know if I have the brain width to kind of go through all the things we want to go through. I need to kind of settle down for a hot minute. You want to?
let's just
Play it by ear.
Let's just go live. Are you live now?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh, okay.
You guys all say hi to
Let's
Travis.
just see what happens. And unless you want to go somewhere else, but I'm happy.
No, yeah,
Sim-
just hang out. I'm just saying I'm not prepared to go through any of our stuff that we wanted to go through.
Yeah, no, we
Because
don't need to go through any of that. Nuh-uh.
Yeah, because as soon as I popped on here, this was popping off. So I'm like, I don't know. It's like now I'm not in the right mindset to do anything other than just sit here and go, holy crap, we have a verdict. Like over and over. I know people are gonna be like, why are you repeating yourself?
Yeah, you just cover it, and I'll hang here if there's
Yeah, do
any questions.
Yeah, that'll be perfect. If you guys have any legal questions, why don't you guys put those in chat? Because Travis can definitely answer those. Yes, there is a verdict has been reached, and they are lining up outside the courthouse. It will be read at 3 p.m. It is currently almost 1:30. The German family has arrived. Thank you guys for being here. I know I was not able to say hi to everybody individually, but I appreciate you guys being here. Shea Benet messaged me, and I was like, get over here. And then I looked in the chat, and she was already here. And thank you for the gifted membership, sweetheart. That is so sweet of you. I miss your face. Stephanie, thank you. Thank you so much for the super sticker. You're amazing. Right on time, T. Good to be with y'all while waiting, and now waiting for verdict to be shared. I know. Ooh, Sleuthy, get your ass up here. Get your ass up here, Sleuthy. It's great. Maligator, thank you so much. Lana is live. I was just gonna message you when I sent them. Okay, so what we have on right now is Lana's live, and she is. I've seen her, and this is a new. I've been watching all day. Okay, perfect. Let me see what else. Inspector Gadget, 13 months. Oh man, 13 months. Yes. Whatever happens, I pray that there is justice in the end, and I pray for healing. I pray for healing above all else. No matter what happens, I pray for healing for the families on both sides. Oh, What's she doing? Where's she going? Where's she going?
She doesn't care.
Julie's just.
Nothing's standing in her way.
I'll just go find out what the hell I want to know.
Look, someone's coming over because they got to handle. 2 people to handle Julie. Oh, someone else is starting a trend. Julie started the trend.
From what we're hearing, they actually reached a verdict. So I'm assuming that it's not. I mean, they come back deadlocked, then you can still send them back. So I don't know, Travis. That would be a good question for you. Would they tell the public that they reached a verdict if it was actually a hung jury?
That's not a verdict. That a verdict is all 12 people checking a box, guilty or not guilty. There's 2 boxes they check or write in. Sometimes it's fill in the blank. Hung jury isn't a verdict. So what triggers a hung jury is they send a note saying we can't reach a verdict. So we're dependent on the accuracy of this information. What you've reported so far is consistent that a verdict's been reached because they've summoned the families.
They've summoned everybody. Yeah, we've seen the defense attorneys have gone in. Now the families have arrived. They also told the people outside that they're getting in their line to get into the courthouse because there's only like 16 or 18 of them that can actually get in. And they came up with a list from last week. So hopefully that's what they were talking about, like honoring this list. Bob said it is a verdict, and he's in touch with the defense attorneys and Kathy.
Yeah, so there's a verdict. So it's either going to be guilty or not guilty.
I feel like I'm going to throw up.
I kind of feel like I'm going to throw up too.
I always feel like I'm going to throw up though when I'm waiting for these.
I don't normally feel like I'm going to throw up, but I kind of feel like I'm going to throw up.
See, Naeus 24, is that how you pronounce that? Had a question. Do you think the jury will be surprised to find out what information was excluded once they are done today? Most jurors are surprised, but there's a lot of reasons why stuff's not admitted on both sides.
I hate that we can't see this live.
They're going to get a taste of that because they've submitted questions, and some of those questions invariably wouldn't have been asked because they were improper. You get what I'm saying about that. They're allowed to submit questions. They've had great questions, but sometimes they'll submit a question that was objected to by one side or the other, and the court sustained the objection. Just because a juror asks it, it's still inadmissible, and so they just won't ask that question. So they're probably already used a little bit. Hey, Sleuthy, good to see you. Man, I'm just so lucky. I just got the notification and the link, and I thought we were going to talk about civil lawsuits on prisons. This is super exciting.
Well, oh shoot, what the heck? When I got on here, that's what I was telling them. I was in the middle of talking to them, and I was like, well, I sent Travis the link. I haven't heard back yet, but that's fine. I have some other stuff we can go over, and I want to and I told them, like, I have this stream that I'm just going to pull up while it's outside the courthouse, because it was like a stationary stream, but it obviously just shut down on me. That's weird. And I was like, well, just watch that while we talk. And then as we're watching it, everybody's like getting out of their chairs and like getting into this line. And I'm like, I don't know, maybe they're going to go get, like, maybe they're all going over here. Maybe, where are they going? And then it was like, they purposely got into this line, and we were like, oh shit.
Wow.
Oh shit. So here we are. I mean, it is what it is. you guys all know, like, just because we have our opinions on here, our opinions are not going to reflect or necessarily reflect what this verdict is going to be. We're just people online who want to talk to each other about the case and share information and share our knowledge, or look into things together. So no matter what ends up happening here, I'm going to tell you right now, in the case, there are no winners and there are no losers. Nobody is winning here. Because if he's found guilty, his family is destroyed. His life is destroyed. If he's found not guilty, the families of the victims they have to redo whatever it is, that if they even find somebody that's a perpetrator of this crime. So there's no winners and losers. So I really hope that people online don't go around being like, look at, like, our side won. Because ultimately, nobody's fucking winning. This is a huge tragedy. And I'm going to be really disappointed if these people who are the self-proclaimed victims advocates are out there just going like, look, you guys, this is right and this is wrong. He's definitely not going to win it. Richard Allen doesn't even win if it's a not guilty. He just spent the last 2 years of his life in prison. His family will never be the same. Nobody's winning at all, in my opinion. All their lives are going to change today. So that's what I said. If I pray for anything, I pray for healing. That's what I pray for.
So you have a really, really solid crew of people that follow you and support you, and by and large have a very realistic and respectful view in following true crime cases. The big thing is, after the verdict, sometimes there's a tendency, and we saw it in Karen Reed, to somehow blame the jury for things not going one way or the other. How could they be so stupid? How could they not see this? How could they not see that? And it's just really inappropriate. They've all been given an oath to do the best job they can as judges of the facts based on the evidence they've been given. And, they don't know everything that you and Sleuthy and your subscribers know, clearly, not anything close. And so, that's just really the wrong direction to go. They put a ton of time into it. They didn't just go back there and one way or the other come up with a snap decision. So I think we can be thankful for that.
It seems like there was about 18 hours approximately of deliberation. So
I trust yours and Sleuthy's timer, whatever it was. I think you all had 14 hours or so at the end of Saturday. Right. And then about 4 hours today. So this is from Bob. Let's see what's going on with Bob. Thank you guys for being here. I know that I have not been able to say hello to everybody individually, and thank you guys for just thank you guys for being here and watching this with us. So I wonder if the same things you're going to be in.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, this is more important what you're showing. I just was wondering, is the restriction on cell phones going to be in place, laptops?
I would assume so.
Because the trial's over.
Yeah, I don't know. If she has the opportunity to stream it, she's got cameras in the courtroom, and she's still choosing not to show the public. So I don't know.
I'm certain they're not going to allow video and cameras in, but I'm just wondering if they're going to be able to bring them in turned off.
Let me turn this on so we can hear what they're saying.
I didn't get to say thank you to all the vets out there for their service. We owe you the biggest debt possible for allowing us to live the life that we live. So thank you to all the vets out there.
Yes, sir.
So you feeling it, man? You feeling like I've got butterflies like you wouldn't believe.
You know, hopefully the jury's seen through all the kind of the bull crap that was laid out in front of them. I mean, come on, really?
Teresa, sorry, I didn't actually even see your comment, so I'm not even sure what you said. I wasn't even responding to you. Whatever I said wasn't in response to you.
As evidence, because it could make a positive identification to it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. You guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging. All right, so let's keep walking through.
And same for me, Teresa. What I was saying about
So I might lose a signal.
comments about the jurors afterwards. I didn't see anything either. I was just stating that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot in chat. I slowed chat for a little bit, but
so this is the line. This is the line.
If it's not enough, the mods will let me know.
This is the line. Here's Frank.
We didn't expect this today, did we?
We did not. We did not.
Actually, that you guys did. Bob actually said he thought it would be on Monday.
Way better than a hung jury.
My anxiety is going through the roof.
At least the families in the town's going to get some back to normalcy from somehow, you know. So
My camera person's back with me. She's amazing. Yeah, no question. I mean, like this, having to go through this again would have been a nightmare.
Oh yeah.
So
no doubt. At least we know it's not going to be a hung jury.
right, that's it. So we're about to find out. We're a couple hours away. I think. I know that they had to transport Alan. So let's see if we can get some people willing to talk. So
Okay.
you guys want to be on camera?
No, we're medium. No.
Okay. All right. You guys, you media?
She will.
You want to come up?
Yeah.
All right. What's your name?
My name is Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. Bob Mata.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. So what are you feeling right now? As we know, there's a verdict.
I don't know. It took longer than I thought it would. And I thought they'd come back with not guilty faster. That's where I was leaning, but now I'm not sure.
I mean, it's impossible to know. It really is. What are you feeling in your tummy right now?
Nervous. Very nervous. Probably because I'm meeting you, but no, but honestly, I don't know what they're going to say. And I feel bad for them because either way, they have a really hard decision that
I've said it's probably the hardest decision they've ever had to make ever. I mean, they're one way or another, they're massively impacting people's lives, one way or another. So it's just, it's a huge weight to have. I would not want to be on this jury personally.
upset if I said guilty and I came out and I found out all the things that they weren't allowed to know. That would upset me more than anything. But if they come back with not guilty, that would make the most sense to me because I just don't feel like they proved it at all.
I mean, with those confessions, you never know how they're going to weigh with them, I mean, they may.
I work in a hospital and we deal with delirium patients who have psychosis who say things that don't make any sense. So it doesn't prove anything to me, not this.
All right, do you want to come on?
No, thank you.
You want to run a quick poll?
Right,
I have a poll going right now. I have a poll up on the chat. It is, do you think that Richard Allen will be found guilty? Do you think he'll be found not guilty? And then the third option, because I don't think a lot of people are kind of considering the fact that he may be found guilty on 2 charges and not the other 2. So I put that up there too. Will he be found guilty on some and not all?
Yeah, it won't matter.
No, it won't matter in the long run, but it'll just be, it'll be interesting to see what people think.
Yeah.
I'm glad
Talking
that
to
they
Green
came
now.
up with the verdict. Where are you at? What do you think's going to go down, man?
Totally nervous, man. I really don't know. It could go either way at this point. I mean, you can see it. The vibe here is just, it's split. There's so many people that think one way or so many people that think another.
Yeah.
And it's just hard to believe, man. I mean, it's one or the other, but the key is acceptance. No matter what it is, we got to accept.
We have to. I mean, they sat there, they listened to the evidence and whatever they come up with. I mean, that's the hard thing about these cases is there's going to be people devastated one way or another, so it's like, and it's, I know you've been in this case for a long time. I know it's deep in your soul. I know you're from this town, so I know you feel it profoundly, man. So, you know, it's tough, you know.
It is.
All right,
Appreciate
brother.
you.
Yeah, you too. All right. Let's see who else we got here. I haven't seen Andrea and Lee. Have you? All right, Lee, come on, we're live. All right, so we got the verdict.
Do we definitely have a verdict, or do we know? Could it be they announced?
Have a green media pass. It needs to be clearly displayed. You're going to form a single file line to the front door. That will be media with green passes only. If you do not have a green pass, remain on the public sidewalk, please. Come this way.
All right. So they just let the media in. All right. So yeah, it's a verdict.
Okay.
So,
Nerve-wracking. This
yeah.
is the tensest part of a lawyer's life right here.
Always.
These moments are awful.
It's oddly enough, this is as close to me feeling like what I actually feel like when I'm a lawyer trying a case. Like I actually feel the exact same way. Maybe to a lesser degree, maybe not. I don't know. So what do you think? Do you have a guess?
No prediction. I mean, I kept saying they'd come in day after day. I'm taking away my predictions. So I don't know. What do you think?
I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. You can't know. You can, there's no way to know. You know, they did the work. It's almost exactly 17 hours. So
That's what you said.
Yeah, if they followed the rule of thumb, an hour per. So yeah, it's something. Andrea's chomping at the bit.
Yeah.
She needs to make sure she's getting in. It sounds like they're trying to figure out the line situation here. It looks to me Lee and Andrea are in very good shape in terms of getting in. Julie Melvin's up here. Andrea, you surprised?
No, I mean it's a good development, you know, just the fact that they were able to reach something I think is a very positive sign.
I agree. So are you feeling the butterflies that you felt when you were at trial?
Of course. It is. It's agonizing. It's the hardest 30 minutes, hour, whatever it is, of your life.
Sure.
Bob Mata, Bella, bedtime stories with Bella goes, hi everybody. Bob Mata, are you surprised that there is a verdict in today?
I want to by his full name.
Surprised? Not necessarily. I'm grateful. Like a worst case scenario was going to be a hung. So I'm glad that they've made a decision, and it's hard. In a case like this, it's very difficult. So I'm feeling it. All right. Okay, let's keep walking. All right, so I'm going to probably be short on this one. I've got to go help get Kathy in here when she gets dropped off. So I love you guys. I will, of course, come live the minute that I can when I get out. You'll probably already have the word, but if I can get reactions from people, and there's no guarantee that that's going to be a thing, depending on which way this verdict goes down either way. You know,
I don't know why my
it's going
computer
to be an emotional time when we get out of here. That I can promise you. So, all right, you guys are the best. I love you all, and you, my wonderful camera person. Thank you for everything you've done. Everyone loves you guys. All right, you guys. All right, see you after the verdict.
So,
all right, y'all.
Carla asked,
what?
Carla had asked, I think, about the length, and Bob mentioned a couple of minutes ago it's a couple of hours, I guess, due to the time it takes to transport Richard Allen to the courthouse. Does anyone know on that how far away it is? And you know, they got to get him dressed and brought over. Is that about a 2-hour situation? Or did I mishear that? I thought he said 2 hours by my clock.
Right. So they originally had said they were going to do it like once the verdict was in, they were going to give notice of like 10 minutes. And then they changed it to like an hour, and then they changed it to 2 hours. They never really gave us a reason, so I kind of went with what you're saying, that I think that it was to get everybody, to let everybody, go further away and get other things done when the jury was taking, longer than that or first day. So Cass County is about a half hour away from here. But I mean, getting them dressed, getting them in transport, all those things, very, very possible. So they reached the verdict, and then the notification went out at about 1 o'clock, and then so 2 hours would be 3 o'clock that the verdict would be read. So 3 p.m. Eastern is when we're expected to hear it. So we've got about an hour and 12 minutes.
Okay.
So let me see. Somebody wanted to. I'm going to pull up the charges so we can just kind of review the charges again. So I don't know why this one screen is just not wanting to cooperate.
And we don't have the verdict forms. I take
No,
it.
we just have the final instruction. That's it. That's what we've got. So let me see what's going on outside the courthouse first still, and we can read those when they go in. We can kind of go over those, or we can when we have a better idea if they're going in. So I don't know if Lana's still live. Like I said, I don't know what's going on with the computer right now. So it looks like she's done. She turned hers off. Should have turned his. So this is just we're back to the stationary camera that's just kind of watching the line. If he's not guilty, does he go home today, Travis?
Yes, they'll typically what they do is they would transport him back to the jail, and he'd get all of his belongings and then be processed out. They would arrange for the security and with the defense team on when and how they were going to pick him up, and then they would, make it so couldn't be followed easily. They do a number of things. Sometimes, no one knows. No one in the courthouse knows. The bailiff or court staff person that was advised by the jury that they had reached a verdict, he didn't know what the verdict's going to be. There's a very slight chance that they could have things set up either way, that he'd be processed out right then and there, but that would be the exception. Normally, and the defense attorneys in this type of a case, you'd want to get him out of there in a controlled environment to be released. But he would be released today if he was found not guilty.
They are lining them up on the sidewalk and counting them off. If you guys can see right in here, this is who's getting in, is the people right here in the front of this line. So I can see Lana, I see lawyer, I see Andrea Burkhart, I see, I'm trying to see if I see lawyer Lee. So where the cutoff is right where this gentleman is standing.
There's a lot of gentlemen standing. Which gentleman standing?
This guy right here. He did the line cutoff. So everybody in front of
there's your little. Yeah,
everybody in front of him is now walking into the courthouse.
Got you. Okay.
The lawyer was right next to Andrea, so I'm assuming she was in. And that's about all I recognized.
Well, I'd like to comment at this point. I know there's been some rumblings and some things said about how things were working and whatnot, but I really have to say that really appreciative how people came together regardless of what side they were on, and for the most part cooperated, that the lawyers reporting, Bob and Andrea and lawyer Lee and others that I don't follow, but I'm sure in there, had people working with this lineup system that was, not of their making, and a lot of volunteers. And, I guess they paid some people to, get the people that really wanted to cover it, gavel to gavel, were able to do that. And just seems like a really big group effort. Knowing that the ultimate goal is that the justice of the court proceeding happen, and that it get reported, because there's no other source other than the mainstream media that frequently just doesn't have the time to devote. Remember, this was during a national election, and typically that you get maybe a minute and a half of a murder trial that's going on from local news. But I know at least one station was devoting 10, 15 minutes a night. That's kind of the exception. So without these folks from social media, like Bob and Andrea and lawyer Lee and the others that we're familiar with, and then folks like you, Teresa, and Sleuthy, synthesizing all of that information, we just wouldn't be as informed as we are. So glad there's not a bunch of ruckus out there. And I don't know if they're going to be bringing in more security. Let's see, they got a group of one leaning back on the rail, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 officers in a group. The guy on the rails just walked back. Can't see any up in the archway of the courthouse. And part of why they may be delaying it is they wanted to bring in other folks. Clearly, they've been planning and working on security, so that, security's there as prevention. It's not, you have the right amount of security and the right plans in place so that nothing happens. And it's been clear that they've had good plans laid out. I don't know if they're planning on bringing more folks in, which would have to come from outside. I think, but everyone's, well behaved and respectful, and I don't know. I'd like to hear from you and Sleuthy about the timing on this, what you thought.
Well, I mean, you were talking about like how Bob said that, about the 17 hours. We calculated about 18 hours. So I think that, I think it goes right along with how many days they heard testimony, and that's kind of the general rule of thumb. So, I mean, most people were thinking today, when it didn't come back right away, I think a lot of people were thinking it was going to come back on Monday. Sleuthy, what do you think?
I missed what you said.
He was asking like just what we think about the timing that they've been out, and how, how long it took them to reach a verdict.
Well, do we know that it's definitely like a verdict, and it's not that they're going to go back in and say that they're hung? Is it definitely a verdict?
Yeah.
Well,
there is a verdict. They're saying it's a verdict, and if it was hung, we wouldn't know right now. So they're saying it's a verdict, and that's what's being reported is the word verdict, which only could mean not guilty or guilty on the counts. I'll be right back. You guys got control. I'll be right back.
Okay, so I think that in terms of whatever they said about deliberating, like don't they say like an hour for every day of trial? Because if that's the case, then that's basically what they did.
Yeah, that's what they say, but I don't ascribe to that. I mean, it never works out that way.
He is not the powerfulest.
I think if you're
The robot.
I think if you're trying to like guess how long it's going to take for them to come back, I don't think that that's reasonable. Like, I don't think it's predictable to even do that. But I think that if you're talking about a reasonable amount of time for them to come to a decision, like let's say it's not guilty, which I may just be trying to manifest that on my own. But if it were not guilty, I feel like that's a reasonable amount of time for them to have been deliberating to come to that, don't you?
Oh yeah, I said earlier that one thing I think we can be thankful for is that they, regardless of which way the verdict comes in, they didn't do a knee-jerk quick poll right off the bat. They went through the evidence to the point where they requested looking at or listening to audio and video another time for a couple of hours. I think they've gone through everything and talked it out at length. It wasn't a gut reaction that they came back with. It's a really good question, and Inspector Gadget. And no, I don't think it means anything. I think it just means that they're enacting the plan. Nobody knows right now, at least in theory, unless there was a breakdown, nobody is alerted ahead of time what the verdict is. All that's announced is that they've reached a verdict. And then the attorneys are notified so that they can get the families in that want to be there for the verdict and start working on that. And then, of course, transporting the person, Richard Allen, from his jail, which in this case looks like, is a 30-minute drive, but takes time to get them ready to come over and whatnot. And then it looks like they delayed it even more to figure out who is available, these other law enforcement units to be available. I don't know if necessarily they'll surround the courthouse, but it's that's really not that many people there. I don't know if there's a bunch more, if they're in different areas, but they're not even separating groups based on affinity for victims' families, defendants' families. There's no separation at all that I can see. Is that what you're seeing and know, Sleuthy, from in the past? Everybody's allowed to mingle, right? Regardless on what side you're on.
Yeah, and in terms of what Inspector Gadget's saying, I think that regardless, it would be necessary to have added security, either way that it goes.
Right. And then typically what happens is they'll announce a plan to the families, which may have already occurred, that after the verdict, they'll have a plan who's going to be escorted out first, which family. They typically try and prevent any awkward circumstances, like getting on an elevator together, the two families. They typically will escort one family out first, or group of families, and then the family of the defendant out. There's no rhyme or reason to the order. They'll just
Oh, you're good. I'm just trying to find the court TV had a stream outside the courtroom, so I was just trying to find it.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
would
you're
think
okay.
she would let the verdict be streamed, like of all things. Like we have to wait. Like we have to. They're going to go in. They're going to get situated. They're going to get a verdict. Then they're gonna, like Travis was just saying, there's going to be some type of, you know, who leaves when. I would think that they would send the families out before they would send everyone else out, and maybe even send them out the way that they've been taking the jury, so that, like, if I'm being logical, which Gull is not, I would think that the jury and the families would leave from that area where they're blocked from the media prior to letting anybody else from inside the courtroom out, so that they're gone by the time they come out. Because until they come out, we're not going to know what the verdict is. So it might be a little while because they don't have their phones, and that's going to be really annoying. Wait, because we don't know how long that might take. You know, there's a lot of people there. Damn.
Yeah, so this one's WTHR, who's got it from a completely different angle, so we can at least see. I mean, we have a good idea of who didn't get in. We know a few that did get in. I mean, this is kind of nerve-wracking. So let me see. There was a couple questions. There was another question for Travis, but I don't know. So just a fair warning for the chat, because I know there's a lot of people here. I've always stood by. I don't care if you think he's innocent. I don't care if you think he's guilty. Our opinions are our opinions, and you're welcome to share them on this channel. But don't be an asshole to each other. That's really my only rule. So as long as you are respectful, I don't care what your opinion is. You're allowed to share it. But if you're disrespectful to anybody, no matter what quote unquote side of the fence you sit on, the mods will take care of that. So just FYI.
I literally will not be giving out warnings. I've already seen somebody who said something. If I see it, like, I'm just hiding you, period.
Yeah.
That's your warning.
Because I think in the end of the day, we're all in agreement that we want the right person to be convicted, and we're all in agreement that we want Abby and Libby's families to be able to heal and justice for the girls. I don't think those are up for a question, no matter what side you're on. So that's my only rule. You're welcome to come in and respectfully share your opinion. I don't think Murder Sheet got in.
Oh, well.
Yeah, and then so breaking it down further, if it's if it's a not guilty, typically, if they've got what they normally call victim witness coordinators, they have people that are trained in assisting the families with understanding the process. They work for the prosecutor's office. They help them, get into the court, get out of the court. If it, they'll ask them if it's not guilty. What is your preference? Do you want to address the media? If it's guilty, do you want to address the media? Do you just want us to take you over to the DA's office? I don't know if the DA's office is in a separate building or in the courthouse. Do you want us to take you straight back to our office and then set up whatever media through that? Do you want to, so there's a lot of things. It's a lot of logistics on what's going to happen in terms of reactions to the verdict by both families, how to coordinate that. So they're just taking their time, making sure that gets set up and set up in a safe way.
So just to clarify for everybody, this is not a line for anything. This is just people outside the courthouse waiting. The people who were brought into the courthouse are already in. They brought in, I think somebody who was there said 14 people from the public, 14 or 16. So this is who was not brought into the courtroom. So they are all out here just waiting. And then this is also the media that's out here waiting for, you know, for the news, same news that we're all sitting here waiting for right now. Yeah, it's 14. Okay, so I'm gonna pop this down. We're just gonna read through the charges. So if you guys have any questions on the charges, that way we have Travis here and he can answer them if needed. So this is the final jury instruction from Judge Gull. You guys can see it. This is hers. And so it just goes through the instructions. So we're going to go through the counts. So this is a criminal case brought by the state of Indiana against Richard M. Allen. The case was commenced with informations were filed charging the defendant with count 1, felony murder, a felony, count 2, felony murder, a felony, count 3, murder, a felony, and count 4, murder, a felony. Those informations omitting formal parts read as follows. So count 1, on or about February 13th, 2017, in the county of Carroll, the state of Indiana, Richard M. Allen did kill another human being, to wit, Abigail Williams, while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping, being contrary to the form of the statute in such case made and provided. Count 2, same thing, except for Liberty German. Count 3, on or about February 13th, 2017, in the county of Carroll, state of Indiana, Richard M. Allen did knowingly or intentionally kill another human being, to wit, Abigail Williams, being contrary to the form of the statute in such case made and provided. Count 4 is the exact same, but for Liberty German. So we'll go through the actual instruction of each one. This is for count 1. The crime of murder is defined by law as follows: a person who kills another human being while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping commits felony murder, a felony. Before you may convict the defendant, the state must have proved each of the following beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. The defendant, Richard M. Allen, killed Abigail Williams while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping, which is defined as a person who knowingly or intentionally removes another person by force or threat of force from one place to another. If the state failed to prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. If the state did prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you may find the defendant guilty of count 1, felony murder, a felony. Second count reads exactly the same way for Liberty German. So count 3. So it's technically 3 and 4, 1 for Abby, 1 for Libby. So count 3 and 4. The crime of murder is defined by law as follows: a person who knowingly or intentionally kills another human being commits murder, a felony. Seriously, why is this doing this over and over again? Before you may convict the defendant, the state must have proved each of the following beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. The defendant, Richard M. Allen, knowingly or intentionally killed Abigail Williams, or Liberty German, because that's the next count. If the state failed to prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. If the state did prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you may find the defendant guilty of count 3 or 4, murder, a felony. So, and then there's Libby's. It reads exactly the same way. So this is what the jury had to determine for those two counts. Did Richard Allen knowingly or intentionally kill Abby? Did Richard Allen knowing or intentionally kill Libby? Did Richard Allen kill Libby while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping? Did the defendant, Richard Allen, kill Abigail Williams while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping? So there's 4 counts, 2 counts per girl. All of them are murder counts or murder charges. Okay, you want me to see where he's at? I can send him a link and see where he's at if you want me to, Travis.
Yeah, I sent an email.
Okay. I'm gonna just get rid of this.
And I put my phone number in there for text or a call. I gave you a little background, which we don't need to get into, but saw him earlier.
Okay, so he right. So this is just a stream of outside the courtroom for anybody who's just popping in. This is just a stream of outside the courtroom while everybody who did not get in to hear the verdict is waiting. The people who are already taken from the public have already been brought in and are seated and waiting. It is currently 1:14 in Delphi right now. 1:14. I'm sorry, 2:14. 2:14 in Delphi right now. The verdict will be read at 3 o'clock. So in approximately 45 minutes. 45 minutes is what we're hearing. It's supposed to be read at 3 o'clock. We know that Lana from Truth and Transparency is in. We know that Andrea Burkhart is in. We know that Lawyer Lee is in. Bob will be in because he's actually attending with Kathy Allen. Who else did we see get in? Julie Melvin is in. Okay, you want me to update the banner?
Thumbing through the model instructions right now. So if you see a question I need to address, just let me know. But I'm over in another screen.
I'm not looking at chat. So
Okay.
we are waiting to hear. Let's see. Let's do this. So I just put in on the banner that it'll be read at 3 p.m. Eastern. So let me go through and just see what we've got in chat right now and see if we've got some questions. Let me check the super chat. Whatever happens, I pray for Abby and Libby. Agreed, 100%. Muscles and Mascara, thank you so much for gifting memberships. I love you, honey. I know I don't get to see you very often anymore. Hi, Carrie. Thank you for gifting memberships. Welcome to all the new criminality members. Sleuths Investigates, thank you. No matter what, we all want true justice for Libby and Abby. I know that people are going to feel that it's not true justice if you're on one side or the other, and that's just going to be it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard on social media. Avery, thank you. If they find him guilty, I'll be on tequila quickly. Oh God, I can't even smell tequila. Jojo says, if guilty, I wonder if defense can compel them to get the short hairs tested for the appeal. That's a good question for Travis.
Let's see. If say that one more time.
So if he's found guilty, can the defense compel the state to have to test those 3 hairs that went untested? Can that be compelled on appeal?
Probably so, but maybe not right away. It may have to wait for after a direct appeal and that were denied, and then what we call a writ or a post-conviction process. And Michael would know way more about that than me, but forcing testing and whatnot, usually see that as part of the post-conviction writ process, which happens after the direct appeal. But ultimately, that can and could happen. And so I don't know, people have heard, yeah, there's the process on appeal and whatnot. Michael's talked about, he feels that if there was a guilty verdict because of pretrial rulings, what was excluded in terms of Richard Allen being able to put on a full defense would, in his view, likely result in a reversal and a new trial. But as Michael's also expressed, we're talking a 2 to 4 year process for that to happen.
So definitely not quickly.
No.
Thank you, Peaceful Warrior. I appreciate the super sticker. Snarky Sass Angels, free Richard Allen, find the real perpetrators. I think that's another thing, though, is if he is found not guilty, how many of these law enforcement investigators are even going to continue to try to find a real perpetrator, or is it going to just be summed up to a guilty man walked free, according to them? Like a Casey Anthony. Nothing will ever happen with that case. Chancey says, so if not guilty, what changes in the investigation now? Do we get more info? I feel like we got no answers this trial. I have more questions.
That's a great question. Sleuthy's made a lot of progress on getting things, but ultimately was hampered on just trying to get the information about the money that was being spent by the prosecution and the defense, and kept hearing a number 4 million, and they shut her down. And then lo and behold, one day I was watching a news thing and they're talking about it, and I got a hold of Teresa and Sleuthy, and I'm like, oh, Sleuthy, you must have all of these things. Congratulations. And she's like, no, they didn't bother to send it to me. And then through her contacts, she was able to get the station. When they did the report, they said, check out our webpage and you can see the details. And I did, and there were none there. And then Sleuthy's contact, she was able to get the breakdown, the spreadsheet, and it created more questions in my mind. Sleuthy can talk more about that on herself, but there is a tremendous amount of stuff. The public hadn't been able to see the exhibits, like the credentialed media, that's in air quotes, was able to, for 5 or 10 minutes at the end of court every day, they were allowed to see it, but not the general public. The recordings, there is a vast amount of information that we would be entitled to at some point. I think a lot of that's going to be freed up one way or the other, no matter what the verdict is, with the exception of some of the crime scene photos and autopsy photos. But there would be a process. Anything that they want sealed, there would be a process that could be contested as to it's inappropriate to seal that particular document or redact information. But no, there's a ton of information. Sleuthy, I know you have a lot more to say about that, and you were directly involved in getting a lot of information.
Verdict watch right now.
Let me hear what the news people are saying real quick.
Downtown Delphi. We got news
How long ago would you say, Emily?
40 minutes ago.
40 minutes ago
This is
that
behind.
there had been a verdict in the case. Right now, we have seen some family members go back in the courthouse, but we haven't seen the suspect in this case, Richard Allen, yet, have we, Sam?
We have not. In fact, I just walked down the street because we can usually see when he's been escorted in from the Cass County Jail. We have not seen him arrive here yet.
Okay, so we are keeping an eye for that. We know that's about maybe a 25, 30-minute trip. We think that he probably would have
As loud as I
gotten
can get it.
notice, but just imagine what that's like for him to be coming here and to know that there could be a decision that forever changes how his life is going moving forward. We've got a lot of people here who are closely watching this case. Kind of describe the scene a little bit, Emily, that we've seen here in these last, now this is the day 4 of deliberations.
Well, I mean, most days, like we've seen throughout the trial, there are people camped out in front of the courthouse. Now, this is a little extra extraordinary because people know word has spread that a verdict has come in. So you have people standing here waiting, phones ready, cameras ready, lots of media. I mean, it definitely speaks to the interest in this case, the great interest in this case. There are people from all over the country that are here and that we have seen here throughout the trial, lots of different bloggers. And then you've had local folks, and you've seen that people sleeping out overnight just to see if they could possibly have a public spot inside that courtroom because, each family has had 10 seats. The media has had 12 seats, and the rest, about 4, give or take, each day was open to the public. And so what you had was people standing in line, waiting outside this courthouse, sleeping out overnight, just to be able to get in line once the courthouse opened, in the hopes of maybe getting a public seat, just to even hear a little bit of the testimony, whichever day it was.
Yes. So, Samantha, you are one of our 3 staff members who was able to be in the courtroom at times. Kind of describe that room, describe that scene, what you have seen when you witnessed in being in there.
One thing that always stands out to me is the consistency from day to day. And I say that in reference to the families. All of the families impacted by this. Of course, the families of Abigail Williams and Liberty German, but also the families of Richard Allen. Typically, early on in the hearings, we would only see maybe Richard Allen's wife and his mom there, right? But this week, as this case draws to a close, we have seen rows full of family members for all 3 of the people impacted by this case. And I think it's important to mention, too, we've talked about the folks gathering here on the sidewalk, and really starting Friday morning when we thought we could have a true verdict in this case. Folks gathered and made 50 plus signs supporting Abby and Libby, supporting Richard Allen. We've seen signs for all sides of this case. I just walked back through and people are already holding up those signs because they know a verdict could come really at any minute now, and they're ready. We're ready. We are just steps, of course, from the courthouse. Like we've mentioned, Bob Siegel is inside, and we know that at any minute we could know the verdict in this case. That's 7.5 years, almost 8 years in the making.
Yes. And as Emily's been talking about extensively in her reporting, that the family has said, this is the day, this is the day, this is the day, hoping that this would be the day. And now finally, this is the day. This is the day where we will know what the jury has decided. Let's talk a little bit about that jury. They're from Allen County. There were 16 people who were originally.
Hold on. So T-Dub said the jury vans are leaving. Why would there was the jury in the vans? Because I mean, are the vans just leaving? So T-Dub is out there. So anybody who wants to know the sources, T-Dub is out there watching. She's out on. She's one of the people on the sidewalk. So why would the jury vans be leaving? Is it just the vans?
Well, if they're empty,
yeah,
there's no big deal about that. But if they're full of jurors, there's something's not right.
But why would they leave when they're going to have to take the jurors back to the hotel to get all their stuff? Or do they already take their stuff? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe they're like, oh, we want to save another day. We're going to take you back so you can get your stuff, and then you can come back here. And then we'll take you straight back to Allen County. That's crazy. But the jury's got to be there to read the verdict.
Right.
And then if either side requests polling, they can be polled.
Yeah, maybe they're going to get lunch. Maybe the drivers are just going to get some food. Wish TV is saying the jury left? Here's Mr. Osbrook. Hi, Michael. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. I always appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks for coming on, Michael. I guess you got my bat signal.
I'm interested to know, because these reporters, maybe they were just misinformed, saying that RA wasn't even there yet, and it was supposed to be read at 3 o'clock. So that's where I'm kind of at with the whole thing. I'm kind of lost on that. So we're hearing reports, Michael, that the jury vans have left, but we're also hearing reports that Richard Allen wasn't in the courtroom yet. We're hearing the verdict's supposed to be read at 3 p.m.
The jury vans have left?
Correct.
I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, if they got the verdict and got them out of there before everyone thought, so that they could limit the amount of people that were around. Because it went from 10 minutes to 2 hours. And as soon as I heard the 2 hours, I thought that's so unreasonable. There's literally no reason it would need to take 2 hours. So I wonder if they're just telling us 3:15 or whatever, but maybe they're already finished. Maybe that was just to quell the amount of people that were there.
I don't know. Gull's organization of this has been a little odd from the beginning, so I have no idea what any of it means. The jury van's leaving's pretty weird, because I would think that I would think the vans would be around. So the jury van's left empty?
We don't know. Just somebody who's out here watching said the jury van left. Wish TV reported that the jury left. We don't.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We don't know.
Are we watching Court TV live? Because apparently they're live.
So this is WTHR live. I do have Court TV up on another tab from the website. Let me see.
The lawyers were in there this morning, right? Or Andy Baldwin was?
We did see the lawyers go in, and that was about an hour and 15 minutes ago.
I mean, is there any chance? I would think it odd, but I mean, is there any
You
chance?
can't have a verdict without the jury and the defendant and his lawyers. Cannot happen.
Yeah, well, and so I mean, what I want to ask is, I think it would be odd, but given the circumstances, maybe not. That, the word's out there's a verdict, but what it really is a hung jury.
I would agree, except that Bob was on briefly doing a live interviewing people out, and I believe he said he was contacted by someone in the defense team and there was a verdict.
Okay, so well, that's good.
Because I was tracking 100% along your thinking, Michael, until I heard that.
Well, if the vans left empty, I would think that's odd, because I would think the vans would also have to take them back to Allen County. And
Yes, fairly quickly after it's read, I would assume.
Maybe they're just going to fill up with gas because they got to drive back to what's the county seat of Allen County? Lafayette?
Fort Wayne.
Fort Wayne. Beautiful town, by the way. How many hours was that away? They're filling up with gas, that's all.
That's probably true. Some food. Who knows? What's up, Sleuthie?
Teresa, didn't you say that the public, whoever in the public that was going to get in, has gotten in already?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't think I imagined that because Kara just said a reporter outside is saying the public hasn't been brought in yet.
No, that's not true. We watched them walk in. So we saw Lana, Julie, Hidden True Crime Lauren, Andrea, Lawyer Lee. There was a few other people. There was only like 14 brought in from the public. So they lined them up out here, and then they had them walk up the straight walkway to the front door, and then they cut them off at like 14, and they pushed everybody back out to the street. So maybe they just think people haven't been brought in because everybody's still standing out here waiting. But 14 were brought in, and that was it.
So here's why the van. I mean, if somebody's reported the jury's left, I mean that's really odd. But if it's just the vans, so my understanding is the jury was staying at a hotel in Lafayette, and everybody might have been packed up in case they did reach a verdict today, and maybe the vans have gone to go get everybody's stuff.
That could be too.
I think it's probably just the vans going to get gas, going to get lunch. I mean, people would already be leaving the courtroom at this point if the jury actually left, and these people would all be freaking out, and we'd hear all kinds of reports. So the jury's still there. The vans probably just went to go do whatever vans are doing.
I mean, they probably will go get gas. They've probably had lunch, but they probably will get gas so that once they get the jury back in the van, they don't have to stop with
Correct.
the jury after a verdict.
Okay, so can we?
Bob right there. Bob's right there. Bob's right there.
So he didn't
So
get in?
he's going to go get Kathy?
I don't know. They said that Richard Allen just got there, so.
But you said that was Bob, right?
That was Bob that was just walking, yeah.
He said about 10 minutes before they started lining up the...
If that was Bob walking, then they didn't. Then either the verdict is already been read, or they didn't let the public in yet.
Who's this?
People are walking out of there fast.
What is it?
Oh, is it not guilty? They're screaming.
But there's people there that want guilty, Susie.
You need to find Bob or coverage.
I'm going to Twitter in case I disappear. That's why.
Okay.
And your own experience at the
He
door.
was found guilty.
So I think, when you're
guilty.
He was found guilty. It's guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty on all counts.
Wow.
Guilty on all counts.
Oh well.
There's Carrie.
Who? Oh, I see.
Carrie. It's Libby's mom. He's
Time to
guilty on
go to
all
work.
counts.
So you have one of the best people in the state of Indiana that can answer any questions about where things go from here for Rick.
All right. Well, let's just wait a second here. Yep. Guilty on all counts. Guilty on all counts.
Well, there are going to be some very pissed off jurors, I predict.
That's Tara German and Amanda German, her wife.
That's ridiculous.
Is it on all counts, Bob?
Well, I guarantee you that the investigation continues and sentencing won't be there won't be sentencing until January. And after the sentencing, they have 30 days to file a motion to correct error based on newly discovered evidence. And, that's before the appeal. So,
Michael, what subpoena? There was a question earlier before you got on about someone asked about testing of the short hairs, but that motion to correct error that's unique in Indiana. What subpoena power does the defense have on getting like phone records or phone information, or is there any at this stage?
You know, if you have a, you know, I not precisely, but if you're going to get, if you've got enough to get a hearing, and I can't tell you what enough is, you probably got subpoena power for that.
This is Anna Williams, Abby's mom, that they're hugging right here. And Carrie, Libby's mom. Tara German, Libby's aunt. Amanda German, Tara's wife. I don't know what noise that is.
So many people are saying that they literally can't believe this. My thing is, you know, we're screaming and everybody's excited.
Well, I'm gonna get off and
get to work.
Go see what's next.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
Thanks,
Michael. We'll talk soon.
But can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So everybody's, you know, forgetting though that like we're likely ending up doing another trial, right? Like we're probably going to have to do another this again.
That's if he lives to another trial, honey.
That's true. I can't believe that this.
Can you all hear me?
Aspen.
Yes.
There's Aspen. Aww. I love Carrie.
Well, I think the jury's I hope that there's no way that they're not going to be curious once they're done and can access their devices. There's no way that they're not going to be curious. And I think there's going to be some really, really upset, furious, like I said yesterday or the day before, whatever day we talked last, that I would be absolutely just appalled once I found out things that were kept from me. But I truly don't understand how, like, we're even here. That's very scary to me, incredibly scary. Yet Casey Anthony's living her best life.
Yeah.
I mean, that's insane to me. Juries are scary as fuck.
It's like ominous out there now. Sentencing will be on December 20th. Let me mute this.
Who are they talking to there that they're interested in? Anybody know who they're interviewing?
No. Right here? No, I'm gonna go check out some other sites. Sleuthy, if you find anything, just send it to me. Anybody who just popped in, yes, there was a verdict. He was guilty on all charges. Guilty
Are they
on all.
setting? Are they setting up for the attorneys to all come out and say something?
Probably. But Rosie already walked out, so.
Ange Padge, like the avatar, by the way, Panda. I wish we would have asked Michael when he was here, but 2 to 4 year process for an appeal. He won't even be sentenced until January, according to Michael, which, I mean, he's usually 100% accurate on this stuff. They have 30 days to file a motion to correct error if they choose to go with that. So we're talking February. And then from there, the direct appeal process starts. He has a couple of procedural things they can do after the sentencing in January.
They said sentencing is December 20th.
Over 4 days, Vinny.
Hold on, here we go. We do this one.
So at the moment he's found guilty, everyone admonished not to say anything. With our special coverage today, with me here on the big desk to help deliver this verdict is. It has been a horrible. This is what I'll do. Gray Hughes, explain to a rational way. Gray, you want to respond? Assembles Abby and Libby and took their lives. Families, you got obligations. You have to go to the bank of microphones. And maybe we can tell our camera guy just to grab Bob Mata, right? No, he's gone. All right, we'll wait for Barbara to come over. Barbara McDonald was,
Julie, there's
again,
Andrea,
was
there's
turned
Anna,
a
Bella.
pool reporter, meaning she has responsibilities to the entire media to deliver that verdict, and then she will walk promptly over to us.
Yeah, no, me either, KK.
Alex Perez with ABC. And I was trying to see if any family members had come out of that front door, and I did not see any. Did you, Ted? I mean, it happened very quickly.
I did not. If our camera guy can hear us, the guy right in front of him right now is Alex Perez with ABC. He was just told what the verdict was. I saw
the curtain today. And there's Barbara McDonald. I don't know if Barbara, can you hear me? She's not hearing me yet.
She
Barbara,
ignores you, Vinny, anyway. Even if she can hear you, she's not going to admit it.
If we can maybe just tell the cameraman to turn on the microphone and just let her speak.
She doesn't like you, Vinny. She's still not going to listen to you.
There we go. All right, folks, get ready. We're about to deliver you the verdict in the Delphi Murders case. Barbara McDonald, Court TV senior producer, on the ground, was inside for everything. Barbara, we've been waiting for this moment. Please deliver the verdict.
Guilty on all 4 counts, unanimous by this jury. The defense did ask to have the jury polled. They all affirmed that that was, in fact, their verdict. Guilty of 4 counts of murder, 2 counts of felony murder against Abigail Williams and Liberty German.
I have a question.
Intentional murder against Abby and Libby. Sentencing will happen on the 20th of.
What's up, Sleuthy?
Well, I guess not. I guess I don't. I guess I was just curious about the felony murder thing. It's just really weird. It's just really weird to me that that's still there, because it's very like accomplice-y, and it just is weird to me. But forget it.
But the way the charge read, that says that even with the kidnapping, he kidnapped and killed them.
I know, but well, yeah, I guess so. Which is bizarre, because you could have just did 2 charges of regular murder and then a charge of kidnapping for each. But I guess, I mean, Nick had those, but he removed them instead of the felony murder. So I don't know. It's just bizarre to me.
Yeah, Sleuthy, you and Teresa pointed out the charge didn't track what we learn in law school. It even surprised Professor Osbrook. He goes, yeah, that's not felony murder. If you still have to prove the defendant killed the person, normally anybody who dies during the commission of a felony hooks you in under felony murder. So I would have been super surprised if they convicted on one but not the other. I just hope I don't start smoking. I really feel like a cigarette right now.
I know, God, I want one too.
I am smoking, so I will enjoy it for the both of you.
Are you really? Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous.
Mhm.
Right now.
Oh, man, jelly.
All right, let me finish playing Barbara.
Of December. The judge is setting aside all day. I can tell you when we got into the courtroom about 10 minutes till 2, it was somber, very quiet. Nobody was talking. The room was filled with members of law enforcement, Indiana State Police, the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. Abby and Libby's families were already inside the courtroom when the media was allowed in, and the Allen family was not present. The media members came in, took their seats. There were 14 seats available to the members of the general public. They were then brought in. Bradley Rosie and Jennifer Auger from the defense team were not in the courtroom. Richard Allen was. He was standing at the beginning talking with his defense attorney, Andrew Baldwin. The judge came in just after 2 o'clock and asked where Mr. Baldwin, or rather where Mr. Rosie and Jennifer Auger were. And the judge entered at 2:11, according to my notes. And Andrew Baldwin told the judge that they were waiting for Kathy Allen and members of Richard Allen's family to arrive. The judge said, so despite my directive to be less than 10 minutes away, she said the jury has reached a verdict. When can we expect them? Andrew Baldwin replied they were on their way up. They entered the room at about 2:14. At 2:15, the jury, or rather 2:19, the jury entered. You could not tell from the looks on their faces. They did not make eye contact with Richard Allen or either family members of the victims, Abby and Libby, or Richard Allen's family. They came in, they sat down, they looked weary. And again, the room was absolutely quiet. The judge had admonished the crowd not to have any outbursts, that regardless of what the verdict was going to be, there were going to be people who were going to be unhappy with it. She said, you can take your unhappiness outside of the courthouse. Again, this jury finding Richard Allen guilty on all 4 counts of murder that he was facing after about 18 hours of deliberations over 4 days, Vinny.
So at the moment he's found guilty, everyone admonished not to say anything, not to react. What did you notice anything in the courtroom? Anything from a family member to Richard Allen?
So his wife and mother, his wife Kathy and his mother Janice began sobbing. The people who were sitting around them hugged them, held them. They were audibly sobbing through most of the proceeding once that verdict was announced. There were members of Abby and Libby's family that were crying. There were others that just remained rather stone-faced as the verdict was read, and that immediate reaction. Once the sentencing date was set, the judge did say that we were free to leave. The law enforcement in the room allowed Richard Allen's family to leave first. After Richard Allen was outside of the court, he was immediately taken into custody. Obviously, he's been in custody, but that will change soon for him. Then the Allen family was allowed to leave, as were members of Abby and Libby's families. Some of their family members stayed to give hugs to members of the prosecution team, to Superintendent Doug Carter of the Indiana State Police and Lieutenant Jerry Holman of the Indiana State Police, as well as the prosecutor, Nicholas McClelland, Stacy Diener, James Luttrell. A bit of a celebration in court, although they weren't being very loud with that celebration. I was on the opposite side of the room, but there were a lot of hugs going around, a lot of pats on the back. The prosecution, though, remained somber looking throughout this entire.
Hi, beautiful. You okay? How emotional was that, man?
Very. You guys, this goes beyond Richard Allen. I need people to be able to have an open mind. This goes beyond Richard Allen. Okay? This is the climate of our nation. This is how far our nation has moved away from the center, okay? Because when you are going to convict someone, I get it that the family needs closure. I get it that people have opinions about this man. But when the state did not unequivocally they did not prove their point. I can go down a bullet point list. This is about you and your children and about your children's children. You should fear. You should fear. Because look where we are now. You have a jury that it was a very intelligent jury, but this is the climate of our nation. I'm not done. I thought I fought hard before. I thought I fought hard for our country and for this case. I'm not done. I am not done, and I am not backing down. I'm not backing down because it's for every single American, and I'm not kidding you. And I mean it when I say it. It's not cliche. This is wrong. This is wrong. Is Michael Allsbrook around?
He was earlier. After he heard that it was a guilty verdict, he had to excuse himself.
Yeah, I just messaged him if he wants to come back. That he's welcome to. I mean, there's people, the locals. I have locals messaging me saying they're fucking moving out of Indiana as soon as they can now. And these are Delphi people that know all the people involved in this. So, I mean, this is just.
So when we get to it, there's been some comments, Teresa, about money for appeals and whatnot. When we want to talk about that, I have something really important to discuss about that. Sleuthy, what are you thinking?
First of all, I agree with Julie, and I wish she would not cry, but I understand. I am kind of disgusted. I think probably mostly disgusted. I'm just wondering how long, and you're probably better to answer this than me. How long will it take to write up whatever they need to for an appeal? Like, how quickly can they get something in front of the appeals court? Because I do feel like I do feel like reversible error has been made. So I'm just wondering how quickly they would get that in front of other judges.
Yeah, and hopefully Michael will pop back in because he's clearly the most qualified person, if not the most qualified, one of the most qualified in Indiana about all of these questions. But so first of all, the Barbara McDonald report, did she give the date for sentencing? Did she say the date?
Julie, did you heard the date? What was it?
Yes, yeah. Well, she gave some dates. She said, when do you want it? Oops, sorry. It said, do you want it? We have December 12th, 13th, 20th, January 2nd, 3rd, 17th, or 20th. So there's our dates to be, chosen from. I want to say there was.
What did they pick?
Pardon?
What did they pick? Which date?
I didn't actually hear the date because I was.
Okay. All right. So sentencing will be set in they'll pick one of those dates, December or January.
December 20th. December 20th is what's being reported by everybody.
Oh boy.
Oh,
okay.
20th.
All right. So they'll have 30 days after that to file a motion to correct error, in which they're pointing out to the trial court, Judge Gull, errors that happened during the trial that they think justify a new trial. So she'll probably deny that. And she has 30 days to rule on that. So 30 days after, so January 20th is the deadline for them to file their motion to correct error, if they choose to do so. And then 30 days after that for her to decide is now February 20th. And then they can file a direct appeal at that point. They can forego that and file the motion or the notice of appeal, which will start the briefing process, Sleuthy. So to get it in front of an appellate court, you're looking at 4 to 8 months, because all of the things that have to be prepared for that, everything briefed, filed, if there's oral argument, etc. And so that's factoring into the 2 to 4 year process. Did we lose Julie? I hope not because of me.
She'll probably come back, but I unfortunately, all those years, I don't think he's going to make it all those years. Because now he's going to go to the prison, back to the prison. So I just don't see, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, he'll be held at the county jail that he's at now until at least sentencing, and then if they pursue and advise a notice to correct error, he'll be kept through that. And then once all of the deadlines or rulings in connection with that have passed, every state has a certain number of days that the prison has to come and pick him up.
Kathy Allen
But he will be going. Oh, Julie's back.
I'm sorry. I know I tried to silence my calls. Kathy Allen, really broke down, of course. And Judge Gold was pretty strict on like how anybody could really respond. So, she said, hey, I got all my guys lined up. If any of you get out of line, we're going to come and get you and escort you, which, everybody was very quiet. But, there was a lot of people around her, and she broke down and she sobbed. And of course, his mother sobbed as the judge was reading the instructions to Richard Allen. He's nodding his head as he understands. It was very emotional going in there. It was, I don't know, I was very emotional because, look, we've been in this fighting hard, and it's so beyond this case for me. It's so beyond this case. It's a country thing for me, And I was really surprised because I watched these jurors. I watched their reaction. There's not misreading their reaction. I mean, ask Andrea, Bob. You could see how they were feeling, even like when they were hearing the evidence or lack thereof. And they did ask. Judge said, "Do you want a poll?" You understand that, Travis. Do you want a poll from each juror to confirm basically this is what you want, And they went through each juror, and they each had to answer, "Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?" So I don't know how that goes. Could that be their verdict only because they were strong-armed to agree on it because they wanted a unanimous decision?
There's been, and it happened to me once, on a misdemeanor, not a felony, nothing near as serious as this, but there's been things reported. So they typically ask them as a group, either the clerk or the judge, is this your true verdict? And then they answer collectively, yes. And then sometimes the judge will ask, does either side wish the jury polled? And the losing side, either the state or the defendant, is typically the one, if they want the jury polled individually, is the one that requests it.
Yes.
And there have been a few times, it's incredibly rare, but they go through and, is that your verdict? Yes. Is that your verdict? Yes. Is that your verdict? Yes. Is
They
that
did
your
that.
verdict?
Yes, they did
Pause. No, it's not. And that has happened. And so that is why, because they don't all sign the verdict form, only the foreperson does. There's a check mark, and then the foreman signs on behalf, foreperson, signs on behalf of everybody. And so
Juror number 11 was the least expected, that I would say. Juror number 11 was the foreman, which I was like, that dude was like one of the weaker dudes. Like, he's sitting there between the really strong people. Does that mean anything? I don't know.
it's hard to say. Typically, you can predict who the foreperson's going to be. And it's usually somebody during, you got to be there for jury selection to tell, but if type of personality, they're outspoken, gregarious, whatever.
He wasn't.
Is usually the person that becomes the foreperson, but we don't know what the interactions were and the conversations were for the how many ever days of trial this has been going on, and they've been spending a much more
There goes Carrie's
a
family.
vast more amount of time
Caregivers.
together and having conversations you normally don't have when you're on a jury. You're just there for the breaks. You go home at night, you come back, and juries bond even when they're not sequestered. But when you're sequestered and you're eating meals together and you're all of this time together, so we don't know how that person, juror number 11, was in these
No.
off the record dealings. For all we know, and why I say it's so important for somebody the caliber of the people that were reporting, like Julie and Bob and Andrea and Lee and on and on and on. It's very important for them to go to the jury selection, which they normally don't do, so that they then dig out their notes. Juror number 11 has a PhD, don't know in what, or worked in law enforcement, or worked at a lab at one time, is a psychologist by training. We just do not know that much about what their backgrounds are.
Right. The judge was about ready to let the jury come in without Kathy Allen. She said, so she was very disciplinarian, very much a disciplinarian. When we got into the courtroom, by the way, just so you know the climate outside, we had a few big news anchors. I don't know, I won't say it on here, but that's, I won't, DL. You can figure that was, okay. So they were cutting in line. 3 of them were cutting in line, so it left a few people out. We had to, talk to the police. They lined us up. When we walked into the courtroom, this is the first time this has happened. We walked into the courtroom. We were lined up as far as the public. All family was in there. Both sides, defense and prosecution, was in there. Law enforcement. We were the last ones in there, with the exception of Kathy Allen's family. And the judge comes in, everybody's there positioned, and she says, is the defendant's family here? And Andy says, no, Your Honor, they're en route, we're waiting. She goes, okay, so despite my directives of being here. I think it was like a 5-minute thing. She goes, of being here, we've all now been waiting for an hour. And then Baldwin made a little statement, like, they're coming. And then I saw Matt, the investigator, stand up and say something, Your Honor, like, we have them here, they're coming up the steps or something like that, because they clearly did come up the steps shortly after that. But she was like disciplining the defense for them not being here. Now, we all had, from what I understand from the investigators, they had a 2-hour window, because that's what they were. I don't know where they got the 2-hour window, but that's what I was told they had. And so when I got notified right away, everybody, was like, oh, we're gonna get in 2 hours, to assimilate in there. And we sat there, and you could feel the tension, like she was ready, because she says, you're here, they're not here. And we've already been
But I
waiting
thought
an
it was
hour.
supposed to be read at 3 o'clock anyway. So I'm confused on they read it before it was supposed to be read, or was 3 o'clock not the right time that was reported? Because according to
No,
what was being reported, it wasn't supposed to be read till 3.
it was read before 3, because the
Right.
jurors were in at 2:18. The judge came in at 2:10. She said, the court's, now on record, 2:13. Okay, 2:13. Guess what time the family got there? 2:15. She was being a you know what. And she was ready to she's like, we'll just sit here. And it was just those couple minutes were like a lot of tension, like, oh my God, she's gonna go without the family. Thank God. And they came up kind of huffing and puffing up the stairs, And then Rosie came in, and then she said, Rosie and Miss McLean, are you ready? Basically yes. And yeah, I was watching them. I was watching Rosie. He's kind of going like this, but then I looked over and I saw Latrell doing that too. Doug Carter was there with his wife. His wife was in the very front with him. Jurors came in at 2:18. Yeah, the number 11 was the foreman. Listen, I've watched them. Like, you can see their personalities. When you watch them week after week, you can see him interacting. Even despite that guy's background, he wasn't someone that I felt like would necessarily like lead the whole charge. I thought maybe a couple others were, because they were so strong in their reaction and their interaction with others. I thought juror number 12 seemed to take a little more commanding stance with the public, looking at the public, really putting his elbow out on that stand, and looking out at us. And he wrote tons of notes. He was watching like a hawk, everyone. He comes across, he presents himself as kind of like a strong type of person. And then and juror number 6 as well. So I guarantee you, I don't know. I just don't believe that all of them were necessarily in agreement, and they obviously had to compromise. I don't know. I don't know.
Did they discuss this gag order at all, or is it? Do we know? Does anybody know if it's common to like keep the gag order in place until after sentencing, or are they allowed to talk now? Because I thought once the jurors are done, they're allowed to go talk to whoever the hell they want to. So I don't understand why there's a gag order in place still.
He's been found guilty. There's quite literally zero reason, unless she knows that there's going to be a retrial. And even then, that's really pushing it to have.
Julie, did she say anything to the jurors? Thank you for your service. You're now released. You can talk with anybody if you want to. You don't have to talk to anybody if you don't want to. Did she thank them for their service, or did she say, I'll talk to you in the back?
No, she said, thank you, and I'm now releasing the jurors. She released them. And she was looking. No, she released the jurors. She said, thank you, thank you for your service. And they went. She didn't talk. If she talked about it, I didn't hear it, because I was listening, but I was just, you got Kathy Allen in the same few seats down from me, and I did hear some crying from the families over to my left. They were all trying to hold it. Then I walked out of court, and I hear some people clapping. I don't think this is not a time really to clap because it's just sad all around. Um, I was told a specific person from the family looked at me and glared at me. Thank God I didn't see it. Um, yeah, I mean, and that was it. Like it was, they left pretty expeditiously. The jurors were out, and then first they were releasing the Allen family. They took Rick out first. There's police all over the place. Oh my God, there's one going right now. They took Rick out first. He didn't seem, I don't know what it's like when you're put in solitary confinement. He was just like, he nodded to the instructions, the judge was giving him, and he just went like this, and he nodded, and he nodded, and Kathy's basically almost on the floor, bent over with her head in her knees, sobbing, and of course his mom and dad, and the investigators that were the female investigators, and just it's sad all around. I think that in the back of people's minds, as much as they are happy to have a conclusion to this case, they know something wasn't quite right.
Doug Carter can literally fuck all the way off. He has absolutely no authority to tell anybody that a gag order continues until sentencing. And I'm thinking it's likely that somebody probably asked him for comment, and since he doesn't have anything to say, because he surely knows, he blamed it on the gag order, which is what has been happening all these years. He can go fuck himself.
In the courtroom, when the deputy was trying to get they said, okay, the families can go next, before the public, which is probably standard. The families were filing out, and then a few of them stopped, and they went over, and they're all hugging each other. Doug Carter was hugging Jerry Holman. There's kind of like, kind of good going, buddy, kind of like, hey, we did it, like, kind of a thing. And it was just like, they could have done that later. That's not what the public was, and because this is very divided. This is very divided. And it felt sick in there. I'm not done. I'm sorry for my husband. I'm sorry that my husband has to hear this, but I'm not done, because it's
Julie, Ted already told us. He already told us that no matter what happened, whether it was guilty or not guilty, we weren't leaving. Because I said, it's almost over, Ted. And he was like, don't even try it, Teresa. Don't even try it. He knew no matter what happened, because if it was not guilty, we're still going to dig in trying to figure out who the hell it was. And if it was guilty, we're still going to dig in trying to figure out what the hell happened here.
Yes, I want you guys to pay attention to Andrea, because I had a chat with her. I mean, we looked at each other, and really, I looked back, and I actually, Bob and Lee and Andrea and all of us there. I hate to say this because I don't want to be disrespectful, but there are some media. You could see the media that's bought into the popular thing. Then you can see the people that are truly discerning, that understand, they have their minds open, that understand the law, that understand the Constitution. There's a stark difference there, and I'm thankful for the people whose minds are open and understanding. And I told Lee and Andrea, please make it known to your audience tonight what this is what this is about, what this means to our nation.
Let me put your chairs back here
Yes, thank you.
in the back.
Yeah. So how are you guys feeling? What do you guys think? What was your reaction? I was shocked, actually.
I'm still hoping that I said it the other night when we were talking about this, that maybe once we get the recordings or the transcripts, hopefully the recordings rather than the transcripts, but I mean, I'm willing to read the transcripts also. But like I said the other night, I'm willing, like, to listen to those things, and like maybe I'll hear something that will help me better understand. I know that other people were in there the entire time and they are not understanding it, but for me myself, maybe once I hear it myself, maybe I will think differently. But as we stand
Lucy,
right now,
when you hear that, when you hear everything, when you hear the recording, if the public gets access to it, you are gonna be, if you're not pissed now, you're gonna be more pissed.
oh no, I mean I'm furious and disgusted, to be quite honest with you right now. But I'm holding out some, because otherwise I can't make sense of how this is enough for us to put people away forever. Like,
Yes.
this is not highest burden type of stuff, and the consequences of it, like, I just don't, I can't imagine. I just simply can't imagine. You got to think, like, OJ was found innocent. Casey Anthony was found innocent. We have a man here who was put in solitary confinement in a prison before his trial, given involuntary medications, and because he started saying random things, which, you know, maybe it would have been helpful to the jury to have had the information about the Odinist guards with the patches and various other things, maybe an explanation for why he might potentially say things that he doesn't necessarily mean. Seeing as how that wasn't presented to them, like, maybe they needed that. And I am just, we have DNA like on the girls' bodies and at the crime scene that doesn't belong to Richard Allen. And I simply just cannot understand where they felt like beyond all reasonable doubt had been met. I mean, I think Nick McClellan has to be literally the worst, most emotion like 90% of his case was based on emotion for the girl, ending in basically jurors, if you do not find him guilty, you are shitting on the victims, because Libby always said that she was going to solve murders, and she did that. She solved her own murder, because that is all emotional. That's emotional stuff to make them feel one particular type of way, because his actual case was total garbage. It was garbage. And so I'm having a difficult time, and I'm trying to like have some couth about all of this, but I just I'm terrified. I am terrified and horrified and disgusted that there are people walking around free, and Richard Allen is going back to prison. I literally can't wrap my head around it.
I can't either. I cannot. I thought hung jury. I thought maybe potentially hung jury. Clearly, when you're watching these jurors, and they're in disbelief, a lot of the things that they're seeing, the questions that they're asking. I don't know where the questions came from, who they came from, but it was indicative of people saying, like us, like, wait a minute, like, how could this be? So don't tell me, I'm not going to believe that not one of those jurors thought that Richard Allen was not guilty. Like, I think that there was more than one person. I believe there was, I don't know what happened. I think that they came to a consensus for, I don't know what they based it on. I'm sure, will we find out? Is it possible that we'll find out? Will the jurors speak to the media?
They can. It's up to them now. They can.
I want to hear what they have to say. This police.
I do too. I really would like to hear their brains picked big time, just so that maybe we can understand But I think that it's going to be a little bit of a shell shock when they come out and they start looking up the reactions to this case and hopefully fall into the rabbit hole of what all has been going on here. You know, for as disgusted as I am currently, if that were me coming out of there and me looking afterwards, I mean, I would be absolutely beside myself. Absolutely beside myself.
Mm-hmm. I really don't have words. You know, Bob Mata was reaching back, consoling Kathy Allen. As much as I think that the families were relieved to have the case over, I didn't get the sense of like a victory, like, yes, you know, like this is the guy, we knew it. Like, I didn't get that sense. I got more like couple sobbing. I got some sobbing. Like it was a relief that okay, this is over. It's done. And it was just the trolls and disrespectful people, few out there, you know, clapping, you know, about it, about when we came out of the courthouse.
Can you tell me the reactions from the attorneys? Did anybody happen to see, like, all the attorneys on both sides? Like, what were they doing?
The prosecution were just, I think they were trying to maintain being like emotionless, kind of like, you know, not upset, obviously. Well, then they were all hugging and like, you know, they didn't high five, but they were all, you could tell that the hugs were celebratory. Good job, you know. I didn't like all that stuff. I think, you know, as a member of the public, as much as, you know, I like certain people, I don't need to see them hugging and they're all like, you know, yeah, way to go kind of a thing. Do that behind closed doors when the public's not in view. Don't be hugging like, we did it. I don't need that. I just no. It's just the defense. The defense was, you know, when the judge asked, you know, you have anything to say or whatever, you have anything to add? And Rosie's like, no, Your Honor. Yep. He's kind of like that, like.
I mean,
And
he had to be just as shocked. I mean, I can't imagine a world where, unless Nick McClellan is really that delusional about his entire case, which, you know, based on what was reported with regard to his closing statement, like maybe he is that delusional about his case. But if he's not delusional, surely he was shocked as well, surprised. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm sure they're going to be like cheers behind the scenes, you know.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean,
and now all the people in Carroll County I hope they all understand that many millions of dollars is going to have to be spent again. They're going to be paying for another trial for this.
Well,
And
that's
Nick
what I
McClellan.
wanted to, is Travis still with us? Because I would like to know, as like from a legal mind, maybe, you know, if you had to be a hung jury or guilty verdict, which one's better if you're going to appeal?
Lana, we heard people cheering outside and screaming.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, they were live, and we heard them.
We knew it. We knew there was a verdict, and because people were outside cheering and screaming, we just didn't know what it was. We were trying to figure out if it was the pro guilty or the pro not guilty. So hold on, Bob was on Court TV. I'm going to play this really quick because I want to hear what he had to say.
You know, all around you feel
the way it does. It doesn't without them, so we thank you today. So we've got a great panel of folks with us. Philip Dubé, Ted Rollins, my colleague, Marie Pereira. You see Gray Hughes in the bottom right corner. And now joining us, Bob Mata, great defense attorney, also the host of Defense Diaries on YouTube podcast. He was also out in Delphi and in the courtroom for all of this. Great to see everyone. Bob, since you were inside the courthouse, want to get your take today as you take in the fact of where we are today, that it's over. Richard Allen is convicted. What are your thoughts?
Well, Vinny, you could hear a pin drop quite literally as the jury was brought back in and as they sat and as the verdict slips were handed over to the bailiff and then to the judge. It was incredibly still in that courtroom, and Judge Gull read the verdicts. Everybody maintained decorum in there, and you could hear relief from the victims' families, and you could hear sorrow from Kathy Allen's family. And it was, those kind of moments in life are just very heavy, all around. You feel, I suppose it would be relief from the families, and from the perspective of the Allens, it's a crushing blow. But you have to respect and accept the verdict of the jury. They put the work in. They were in there for just around 17 hours before they rendered their verdict, and they came out and they found him guilty on all counts.
Bob, let me ask you this. Because you've been covering this story, you're a great attorney. Do you have any lingering questions in this case?
I do, and I don't want to. That's kind of the problem with this case, is just the way that the procedural posture was handled throughout it. I don't want to have any doubts. And there's going to be appellate issues. I mean, there are certainly going to be appellate issues. And I think that anybody that's been keeping track of this case and following it closely knows that there's going to be appellate issues. At the end of the day, I think, Vinny, you and I have talked about this, is the weight of those confessions, which I have I'm very inclined to think that was ultimately the thing that locked it for the jury in terms of coming back with their guilty verdicts. Will those outweigh any other errors that may have been made by Judge Gull during the process, to where those will be found to be harmless error? So, I mean, ultimately it's going to get litigated. Unfortunately for the families, they're going to have to hear about appeals being filed. And, for the Allen family, that's going to be their glimmer of hope, as they still believe that, their husband and brother and son is innocent. So it's not a day of celebrating, it's a day of reflection. It's a day of relief for some, but it's not a day that, people should be cheering and celebrating. It's two little girls lost their lives. They will never be brought back, obviously. And in terms of justice, it's the best that we can do.
Yeah, it's all that's left. It's all that's left for the families. You can't get your loved one back, but at least you can turn the page to a certain extent on this whole process. Marie Pereira, any lingering questions that you have relative to this case?
I do, and I want to agree with Bob. I respect the process, and it is a relief for the family, but I still have this scratch of reasonable doubt that I can't reach to I have the itch of reasonable doubt, and I can't reach to scratch it. You know why? From day one, putting this whole thing, Judge Gold, under a shroud of secrecy, making it seem like almost like a witch hunt. The way they presumed him guilty before the trial, the way they hounded him, the way they treated him in prison, putting him away, the way they got the confession, his mental status when he made the confession, all of that, the length of time it took them to even prosecute, all of that leaves me feeling uncomfortable. Like Barbara said, like Bob just said, I respect the verdict, but there's a part of me that says that it's a verdict that could have gone either way, because there could have been reasonable doubt. The way they handled the investigation, everything creates a shroud of, I'm not 100% sure they got the right guy, but somebody had to pay for this. It was so heinous what happened to those kids that somebody had to pay. And I feel like the jurors went according to that mode of operating. And I'm not 100% sure they have the right person.
Craig Hughes, let me ask you the same question, because I know you 1,000% agree with this verdict. Are there any lingering questions in what happened to Abby and Libby?
I mean, we don't know exactly how it went, at the crime scene, how, you know, it was amazing how the defense made a big deal about in their, I don't know if you ever saw that Frank's memorandum where they tried to introduce to the public this massive conspiracy using Odimus. They had like 90 something points on how difficult it was to.
Okay, I can't do it. Sorry, I was gonna try, but
Sorry,
I
I
can't.
can't either.
I can't.
Yeah,
I was gonna try to give the benefit of the doubt, but I can't do it. I
yeah,
just can't. I'm
Don't,
sorry, you
don't.
guys.
He's a
I
piece of
can't.
shit.
yeah. We're
Let me
good. We can
fast,
just wait and then
fast
skip
forward
through.
just a hot minute and see if Bob comes back to talk. I
Also,
can't.
he's sitting here talking about the Franks memorandum, but is he forgetting that the jury didn't get to hear any of that information?
No,
He's acting like they heard it and they didn't buy it. They didn't get to hear it.
No, but that's what he wants to go back to. Mind you, when they wrote this is frustrating to me, and I'm trying not to get frustrated here, but when they wrote the Franks memo over a year ago, they didn't even have all of the discovery because the prosecution was keeping it until the very end, the last minute, to turn it over. So yeah, some things aren't accurate in the Franks memo. Guess what? Some things aren't accurate in the PCA. Why do we give shit to one side and not? I don't understand that philosophy, and I cannot handle it. And I'm done listening to like fucking idiots like that. I cannot do it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Especially when you have somebody. See, I'm gonna. When you have somebody who is literally telling their public, literally telling the public, he knew details that nobody knew. He knew details that nobody knew. How is that possible? Bullshit.
Yeah.
Gray is one of the main people who knew exactly about Brad Weber's van. I proved it. And it was not a new piece of information. So even the people who are like pushing that he's guilty or believe that he's guilty, that's fine. Believe whatever you want to believe, but don't fucking be an asshole, number one. And number two, don't try to come out with some bullshit narrative that you weren't involved in trying to sway the public opinion in favor of one side or the other. Don't fucking tell me that you weren't. You're lying.
He was right there with the Becky Patty and Mike Patty all the time, using them to get a lot of money off of people on his channel because he's talking to the family, inside information kind of thing.
No, I just want to see if Bob says anything else. Now I'm just circling.
Will he come on? Sorry, I look like hell. I've been crying so.
No, you're fine, honey. I know. It's emotional.
I'm just crying about our country.
Everybody. No matter what side of the fence you're on, it's a huge emotional day. We all knew it was going to be that way. We all knew it was going to be a very hard day, no matter what came down. Because, and that's what I said at the very beginning of this, because if he was found not guilty, you have all of the family members that are sitting there with trying to figure out what happened to their girls and who is responsible. And if he's found guilty, you have his family who believes he's innocent. And we know, as the public, no matter what happened in the Franks memo or not, what happened at trial is going to be, or very well could be, I should say, is not going to be, very well, very high probability that it will be reversible error. And all these people who are very happy for these families will have to sit through it again.
I wonder, can you tell me, like Travis, could you answer this as far as what you've seen in the past? If a person is convicted of a crime, especially something like of this magnitude, this case that's gone on for a long time, what's like the past, case history where, the wrong guy's convicted, then you got people start talking and tell the truth about who really did it. Is that something that's even, do people sort of let their guard down and start like say, yeah, I really know who did it? I mean, like, has something like this ever happened to where, the wrong guy gets convicted in a big case like this, and then the other people are so comfortable that they start talking a little bit, letting their guard down?
It happens all the time. But before I fully answer that question, you had a question before, is it better, or someone had, before we cut over to Court TV and Bob, is it better for there to be a conviction or mistrial, it's never better to have a conviction versus a hung jury and a mistrial. Just never better, because the hurdles, everything flips once there's a conviction. And you're did we lose her, or maybe she's just covered up?
No, I'm here.
Everything flips once there's a conviction in terms of the burdens, and there's this thing called finality. The law favors finality after there's been a conviction, which makes it so difficult to get things reversed on appeal for a new trial. So that's the answer to that. You never want a conviction versus a mistrial. Mistrial, everything resets, and a lot can happen from there. But to answer your question, after something of this magnitude, people start talking, things happen all the time. And you go to the University of Michigan website on exonerations, and it lists all of the exonerations that are recorded. That started happening frequently with the advent of DNA and Barry Scheck and his law partners' creation of the Innocence Project in New York, and then Innocence Projects around the country started getting set up. They're usually attached to a law school, and didn't even need to wait for people to start talking or letting their guard down, although that has led to many exonerations. But DNA, you didn't have to wait that long. The DNA spoke. Juries, I don't want to say juries get it wrong. What happens is it's revealed that biases and prejudices exist. And so you're looking through a lens that you accept when a victim who identifies her assailant, that's the end all be all, but that now we know eyewitness identification is horribly unreliable. And that's at no fault of the victim who identifies the person in court. It's just inherently unreliable. And we know that through DNA, but there's just all kinds of things, prosecutorial misconduct, which are lots of allegations, which includes law enforcement, not just the prosecutors. That term prosecutorial misconduct covers the nature of the investigation, any intentional or unintentional errors in the investigation by law enforcement. That database breaks down every exoneration, all the different reasons why those exonerations happen. And it's not that the jury got it wrong so much, it's what occurred and what was presented to the jury wasn't a true and accurate picture. And so those cases get reversed. And, I do agree with Bob. We had a really good panel on Saturday and talked for hours. We had Michael Osbrook with us, and we were talking about that jury charge. And I mentioned I was really concerned they didn't have that jury charge about jury instructions about how to consider and analyze a confession. And Michael found it. It's 10 point something in the model instructions. And, I don't want to put words in Teresa and Sleuthie's mouth, but I had him read that multiple times. And I said, don't you think that's going to help the jury with these confessions, analyze them. And I think everybody agreed strongly, but they didn't have that. They had no point of reference on how to analyze them. And the only thing they're left with is, well, the judge allowed them, so it must be good. It must be admissible. Must be, you know, she wouldn't have let them in. I mean, they speculate if you don't give them guidance. And well, she wouldn't have let them in if they weren't admissible and legal and constitutional. So all of the things that Sleuthy's been expressing, and Julie, and I hope she can pop back on, but you know, none of that got explained to the jury. And we'll get the full record, either audio and or written. Oh, thank goodness. I don't know if you caught, I've been answering your question, Julie. I hope you've been catching it.
Yeah, I caught some of it. I'm listening very
But
intently.
no, it happens there are hundreds and hundreds of exonerations in the University of Michigan database. They track everyone in the country from the Innocence Project and all of the other exonerations that have taken place. They break them down by the factors involved, prosecutorial misconduct, where the defendant falsely confessed and then they determined through DNA it was a false confession. There's just no question they falsely confessed. I mean, it's very, very difficult to get a jury to believe somebody would admit something they didn't do. And again, like we discussed on Saturday, the task that this defense team was faced with, 61 confessions, you know, all of this stuff, you know, if they had just been phoning it in and didn't really believe in their client and did the job that stellar defense attorneys do, we would have had a guilty. We would have had a guilty the first day. In 2 hours, we would have had a guilty verdict. But they brought up everything that they possibly could that the court would allow. And so there's a lot of questions on, did the court disallow things that impacted his right to put on a full and complete defense. And Michael Osbrook has gone on record that he feels fairly confident that they were hamstrung to the point where his Richard Allen's constitutional right to a fair trial has been impacted. Andrea's agreed with that. And that's going to be the next process. But although that's going to start to happen now versus if it had been a hung jury and, you know, they had a year to retry it, according to Michael, it would have been better for a hung jury. The jurors are allowed to talk. They've been released. You indicated, she told them, you are now released. That's code for you can talk to anybody you want. If you don't want to talk to anybody, you don't have to. You know, I'm sure that both sides will be reaching out to them. I always did. I always sent them a letter. Frequently, they want to talk to the attorneys. Sometimes they don't. But I always sent them a letter thanking them for their service and saying, if you feel like talking about it, I'd love to talk to you more about what happened. And
I know some states you can't do that. I think that like with the Karen Reed case, I think it was, they were not like in Massachusetts, they're not allowed to reach out to the jury. So
a lot of weird things in Massachusetts.
Right. So basically, they have this channel has a comment from Kathy Allen, according to what I'm being told. So I'm going to play this because I want to see what Kathy Allen had to say.
is on the other side of the courthouse and is standing by with some family members. Let's go over there and see. Sam, what have you been able to learn?
Well, Anne Marie and Emily, just a few moments ago when that verdict was read, the families of the two girls came out right here on the sidewalk underneath the flag. They hugged, they were crying. We saw smiling happen, even obviously a flood of emotions you have to imagine. And like we mentioned earlier, they had been staying in a business just across the street here for days now as this entire community waited for a verdict. I just saw Becky Patty, the grandmother of Libby German, who has been such a spokesperson. She's been at all the hearings for this case. She hugged a family member at that door. She was smiling. She was laughing. Just a moment ago, they walked inside, they gathered their items, and they left, which to me says we've waited. And again, that phrase, today is the day for them. That sign to me showed that, okay, we have waited as long as we could. We've got the verdict. Our job here is done. So Anne Marie and Emily, of course, we expect more from families. It's important to note, like we mentioned, that gag order still in place. So they won't talk to you necessarily, but you have to imagine those emotions will continue to come in the days to come. So we'll keep an eye on things here. We'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Samantha, I'll go ahead and take
That's
it back for
great
now.
family.
We'll get out to Anne Marie, Bob, and Emily, and yourself if you have any other new information that we can share on our ongoing coverage of this verdict that has come in about 20 minutes ago in Delphi that Richard Allen has been found guilty. And see and talk again with Anne Marie Tiernan and Emily Longnecker.
Travis, I have a question for you.
God, I'm also here
Hold on
with
real
Bob
quick, Julie.
Siegel,
Oh,
who was
okay.
in the courtroom when that verdict was read. We were talking about the family, the defense team. I mean, what were their movements as they were coming in, waiting to determine what was the panel's decision?
Yeah, it was about a half an hour from the time that that the media was invited into the courtroom. Richard Allen was already in the courtroom at the time. So was the entire prosecution team. Andrew Baldwin was there with his, hand on the shoulder of Richard Allen, trying to comfort him. The families were there of Abby and Libby. It was not until actually after the judge came back into the courtroom that we saw Richard Allen's family come in. And actually, Judge Gall was pretty frustrated. She wanted everybody right there. And she said, all right, we're back on the record. Where is Mr. Rosie? Andrew Baldwin said he's downstairs with the family. She said, let's get him up here right away. And as soon as they came into the courtroom, that's when the
Stopped.
courtroom for more than 3 minutes total. And the judge immediately, as soon as the jury was seated, do you have a verdict? Foreman said yes. All right, we're going to read this. Count 1, guilty. Count 2, guilty. 3, 4, guilty, guilty. Polled all the jurors to make sure that was in fact their verdict. She said, thank you very much. The jury was excused. And again, 3 minutes, it was extremely fast.
And now presumably traveling, getting their items from where they've been sequestered at a hotel and moving back home to Allen County after having nearly a month-long service for this trial.
Yeah. And Emily,
You guys can hear this, right?
Almost every
Yes.
day as well.
Okay.
That usually while we're waiting for things to kind of get going, there's a lot of talking and chit chat
for
in
sure.
the courtroom. Today,
Not today, but
there was not a single word that was uttered. The families, the attorneys, the reporters, the 30 minutes leading up to, during, and after. It was not until the judge left, but there you could hear a pin drop in that courtroom.
I felt like you could hear a pin drop the day of those closing arguments, when those closing arguments ended and the state had that rebuttal talking about, think of this, Libby had told her grandmother that one day she wanted to grow up and help police solve crimes, and she did that this time, and she brought her friend Abby to help her. And I remember that afternoon, it was very, very silent. Usually people would leave the courtroom kind of talking, and no one had anything to say that day either. So I thought that was a day as well. But obviously today, I can see where no one would
Yeah,
I mean, just processing everything that had just happened, right?
very, very solemn. After the verdict was read, the families got to leave first if they wanted to. Immediately, defense attorney Jennifer Auger went over to the Allen family. I saw Kathy Allen's head buried in Miss Auger's shoulder as she was crying and the family was crying. They were trying to comfort the Allen family. And on the other side of the aisle, on the other side of the courtroom, obviously much different emotions. It was a moment, I think, perhaps one of the first moments of celebration that you could see relief and celebration on the faces of Abby and Libby's family. And don't get me wrong here. I mean, it has been hard for these families to find anything to celebrate after this horrific ordeal that started 7.5 years ago. But this was the verdict. This was the day. This was the moment. These were the words they were waiting to hear. And today, those words came.
I'm muted and talking. The clip says this isn't over at all, says Richard Allen's wife after guilty verdict. And like they barely even touched on Kathy Allen.
That's it. Yeah, I didn't see Kathy.
It's ridiculous.
I didn't
So
hear him
Travis-
say anything about her.
I didn't
Unless I
either.
missed
Crying
it.
into RJ's shoulder.
That's it.
Oh.
I have a question
didn't hear
about, we all heard the stories about Richard Allen, non-convicted person. What's going to happen between now and when something's done? Now he goes back to jail. He's a convicted person now of a double homicide. Now what happens to him?
Yeah. Did they put him back in Westville? Oh shit.
And when you're convicted, do the felons now understand, yeah, I shouldn't be here either, so I'm going to be nicer to you? Or like you are now convicted, now we're really going to
That one.
We're
They're
really
gonna assume that he did do it. That's exactly what it's gonna be, the second one.
And what happens to people like that off the record? I don't know. I mean, like, Travis, do you know what happens to people like that?
Yeah, I do.
I think you do, Julie.
Who's gonna be accountable over this? Who's gonna be? I mean, there's got to be some accountability over
There does,
these
but
prisons.
nobody will. Nobody will. But
I'm
there
reaching
should
out
be.
to my legislator. I am friends with a congresswoman, and I said, we need prison reform. We need these people being held accountable. When you commit a crime, your punishment is prison. You don't go to, that's your punishment. You don't go to prison and then you're punished on top of your punishment. That's not for them to do. This is wrong. And I know it's a big mountain to climb, but this is the reality of people, living their life out here free, burying their head in the sand. I mean, this is humanity. Do you care about humanity? I just, something needs to be done, and we all need to act together.
I mean, I'm not done.
It's those when the jury does speak up, if they do. I haven't checked the Indiana law on it yet, but I'm pretty sure the attorneys for either side can reach out to them and see if they want to speak. And then if even in Massachusetts, the jurors are allowed on their own to reach out to the attorneys. And we saw some that did that. Initially, they went through intermediaries, but then towards the end, the jurors made direct contact with one of that attorney and the local attorney in the Boston area that was contacted by a juror or two about what they believed they needed to do in terms of that confusing verdict form. But so they may share that, but I think they're going to come back to, yeah, they had concerns about the timeline that were pointed out. They had doubts, but that the confessions put them over the line in terms of beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't know what they're going to say about, yeah, we wanted to listen to those particular videos to see. Some of us felt that bridge guy was same voice as Richard Allen in one or both of his interviews. And we may hear that raises a bunch of questions and problems that we don't have near the answers to in terms of, I don't, because I haven't spent the time to go and look at what Teresa and Sleuthie have put together in the Prezi about what the testimony was, about what they did to enhance the video. We know it was enhanced both visually and the audio. My expert that I use, audio expert, says you can re-EQ a voice and bump it 3 octaves up to 3 octaves up to 3 octaves down. You can adjust the timbre. So sound, whether it's human voice or from an instrument, has a lot of different attributes. And one is the tone, what key it's in. One is what's called timbre. Timbre is what allows us with human audio perception to distinguish one voice from another or one instrument from another. So you hear a piano at perfect 440, whatever that is, middle C or whatever note. I'm not a musician. And another instrument plays that identical tone at that identical frequency. You know one's from a piano, and you know one's from a guitar, and one's from a violin. That's timbre. Humans are born. The moment they're born, know their mother's voice. There are multiple studies on that. And they know their mother's voice because they're hearing it in utero. The moment they're born, they can distinguish their mother's voice from any other voice on the planet. That's the characteristics of timbre. And timbre can be adjusted, manipulated, intentionally, unintentionally, when you enhance something. I have millions of questions about that. There's all kinds of things that are subject to review on appeal, but that's, people are asking, how long does an appeal take? Well, there's, about 10 steps that need to take place to get it ready to file the brief. Then the other side gets to file a brief, and then the defense files a reply brief. Then it gets set for oral argument, and then they decide. That's about a 2-year process. It takes 4 or 5 months just to get the record prepared. So a lot of things happening, but I do want to say, if this is the appropriate time, Teresa, about if people feel like they want to contribute either monetarily or time, if they want to support Richard Allen, I have some comments about that, but I don't know where we're at on what you want to get covered first. Teresa stepped away. Sleuthy, what are your thoughts?
I didn't hear everything that we were talking about. I'm actually just now stepping away from my break, but I don't know. I don't know, Travis. I don't know anything.
That's how I feel. I feel like I don't know anything right now. I feel like
He was
I mean, the
asking
fact
like,
that we're still questioning, like, even the people who say that he's guilty, why are you all still like hanging out in chat, like talking about this or commenting on
a
people's
lot of them want
things
to
and
rub
say
it in.
that they're totally confused? Like, why are you even bothering? You should have peace and comfort now, knowing that the person you thought was guilty was convicted, and you should be over it. There should be no discussion you should want to have. So the fact that you're also still seeking out these conversations means that you are also with a void that has not been filled.
right, trying to
No,
convince
the
yourself.
void that has not been filled is for them to. This is what I said at the beginning. No matter what happened during the verdict, people shouldn't go around and take a social media gloating side, because there are no winners at the end of this. There was no winner at the end of whatever happened today, no matter which way it went. And so that was, I mean, anybody who's come in with the smug bullshit kind of comments, I blocked them from the channel. I don't even want those people on my channel.
Ever.
Like, I asked you to unsubscribe because I don't even want you here. People
Yeah.
who have an opinion and think he's guilty and think the jury got it right and you're respectful, you're absolutely welcome. I don't care if our opinions are different, but this is what people are doing now. I popped into Twitter just to see if I could, because there's this rumor that there was this press conference, so I keep trying to look for it while you guys are chatting. And people are fucking weird, dude, which I knew was going to happen, but I'm not going to have that here. I don't care what the case is. I don't care if it's this case. I don't care if it's any other case. Gloating about anything like that and the treatment of other human beings like that, I can't do it. I'm not going to do it, and I'm definitely not going to do it today. So I don't do assholes. Sorry. That's just kind of the bottom line of the channel. It's like my number one rule: don't be a dick, and you can stay. I don't care what your opinion is.
Here's my thing.
Let me just interject real quickly. There's some comments. Travis is a real calm, soothing voice. He's neutral, but it's, this stuff, it's highly emotional, and people have been invested in this case for a long, long time. That, this is the unfortunate aspect of true crime, where I've commented about it before, that it comes down to, there's certain elements. True crime is entertainment. Some people get offended by that, but in the economic sense, anything that you can spend your free time doing that doesn't contribute to your profession, your job, that's entertainment, whether it's Netflix or documentaries or learning about current cases, watching trials. It's, you're doing this in your spare time, so it's entertainment. A lot of people are attracted to true crime for a vast number of differences. Some are attracted to it because of the justices or injustice involved. Some are attracted to it like they are football, and the talk about my team's going to do this to your team. Not much difference in true crime with certain limited aspects of people, and then after your team loses in the Super Bowl, you hear all of the comments afterwards about your team and whatnot, and it's just really not that much difference. There are people like to root for the underdog, no matter if it's a trial or there's just a lot of aspects to it. I would say, these three on here are very invested in the case, wanted to dig and find the truth, best aspect that they could, all of the hurdles. You have somebody like Julie, a degreed professional with state board certifications, is down here on her own dime for weeks covering this trial, which you've done an admirable job, Julie. I think I've caught every time you've popped on Teresa's channel, and I really enjoy your coverage. But if I have a calming voice, I'm glad. I have strong feelings about this case that I'm trying to keep under the surface. But it's like, Julie puts people under for a living, and there's a tiny window of time, about 15 seconds, where she paralyzes a person so that she can intubate them. And if she's unsuccessful in intubating them, it's a crisis. They're going to start to suffer brain damage and permanent injury. And she has to make split-second decisions whether she needs to call for help pursuant to a protocol so they can do an emergency trach. And, and so when she's doing her thing that she's done hundreds and hundreds of times, like I have with trials, she's not getting super emotional because it's a child patient that's needing a very important surgery. She's not letting her emotions take over. She's doing what she's trained her whole life to do, and to do it right, so she doesn't come up with a crisis. And I think probably that's what's really very infuriating for Julie and others, is that she takes care of business and the thing that she's trained for, that is of the most serious nature, to put somebody under and get them intubated so that their life can be saved, or a life-saving surgery. She keeps up to date on all of the latest medicine, all of the latest techniques. She does her job. Why couldn't these investigators, law enforcement people, why weren't they doing their job? Why weren't they unbiased? Why weren't they looking under every stone? Why weren't they staying abreast of the latest technologies? Why weren't they sending, I don't know, everything that's involved with being a nurse anesthetist. I know it's a very skilled occupation, because I have people in my family do that, and it's serious business. And you wouldn't have a investigator doing the bumbling and the bungling. You just don't last long as a nurse anesthetist with that kind of bungling. And I'm just guessing, I don't know, Julie, but people that have serious jobs that make life and death decisions on a daily basis, it's hard for them to look at what's supposed to be a profession, and investigators doing or not doing what they did in this case, when you had, all crime should be treated super seriously, but SA and multiple unliving of young teen girls, you need to step up your game. And, I bet if I used to defend anesthesiologists early in my career, and there were protocols about what to do if you ran into trouble during an intubation. And one of the first things was call for help.
Yes.
And, never ever be afraid to bring in other experts.
You have an algorithm, you always stay 20 steps ahead. There's no room for error. You stay up to date on everything, you follow it. You can't, you don't last long if you just kind of like, well, I don't know why I didn't check the machine or something.
But
I'm being told that
Julie
Andrea
can't do her job if she's emotional about a patient. She just had, and I don't know, I guess if she really looked inside, she could say, yeah, I saw this person, so I was going to do an extra. I think she goes into every case. They call
Absolutely.
every
I treat
patient a
everyone
case.
like they are the king and queen, you know, every single, and you have to treat like they are the most important human being on the face of this earth, because they are. They're in my hands.
T, can you
So
hear
it's,
me?
What'd you say?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm being told that Andrea is going to help with the appeal.
Okay.
great,
Okay.
great.
I
Good.
think she said before that she would, but I guess now she's definitely going to.
hmm I believe she's going to be in town the rest of the week. I did talk to her about that.
I mean, I feel like the more people that have been following it in terms of everything that happened prior to the trial, but then especially ones who were present inside the trial,
hmm
all of those people that are able to help, I think are really good for them. I think
Yes.
I think it will be helpful that they were there. So, but and I just want to make sure, T, did Jody cue the huge eye roll into the back of my skull? Did she say it would be after the trial? Or did Gull
Yeah.
say it would be after the sentencing before anything would come out?
She told me after the trial. I can go back and reread the email, but it was after the trial that I could have access to whatever exhibits were going to be public, like were be okay for the public. I'd have to go back for the wording, but
And then she still owes you the several transcripts from the 3-day hearing, but then are the recordings not going to be available until after sentencing?
I haven't asked about recordings.
I think there was an
when
order, maybe I'm thinking of an
I
order.
asked about the recordings of the trial prior, I was told I could not have them. So I have not
Well, that's not
re-asked.
true.
I figured, well, that's why Andrea ended up involved in the whole situation. So then I'm like, I don't know. I mean, as of right now, I don't know. I'll send her an email just to kind of get like an update on where everything's at, since trial's now over and some of the rulings have changed. Because before, I had emailed her before Judge Gull had even made the ruling that the credentialed media could have the 15 minutes at the end of each day. So as of that point, the media wasn't even going to be getting access to the exhibits until after the trial.
And
So,
I also just want to say we got way far off. Like I wanted to say before, when you guys were talking about like people hugging and things like that. And I just want to say that like one of the things I've consistently noticed is, if we're talking about those interested in justice for Abby and Libby, anybody that I've seen disappointed in this or expecting a different verdict from this, if it had been not guilty, would have still been fighting for justice for Abby and Libby. Like, it wasn't like they were going to be like, oh, Richard Allen's like free now, so everything's fine. It's
No, mutually, exclusive. Yeah.
It's like, okay, so one injustice prevented. Now, instead of letting the other continue in injustice, what's going on with these other people? But I don't know. And I think once the jury does find out, like I'm torn two ways. I don't know if they're gonna find the shit out that they like. I already tweeted something about Elvis and the fact that a couple things with regard to him. Me as a juror, if I found out, I would have been pissed because I really would have wanted to know that.
The problem is they can be pissed all they want. They can't do anything about it.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, all of them could go beg whoever they want to, God himself, if they want to, but nothing's going to happen if they're not happy with their decision. But what I'm saying is in terms of them speaking out, I'm wondering if they're going to be angry enough to then speak out, or if they're just going to be shells and then just move on because they know they can't do anything else.
Right.
I'm going to have to go here, but I have a couple things to say. The way I see this case is this. I'm in Delphi. I grew up in Flora. I lived in Delphi. I know the community, know the area very well. I'm very active. I have a gun. I've walked on that trail many times. If I walked on that trail and subsequently 2 people were later found dead. And I said, hey, I was out there. Well, a lot of people remember seeing a dark brunette gal there. I'm 5'4", the same height as Richard Allen. All of the 4 witnesses say that they saw somebody that was about 5'10" or let's say 5'8" or 9. That's taller for a woman. I'm 5'4". I have a gun. An ejected cartridge ends up out there. I don't know how that ended up. I don't know. I mean, I was there. I went to tell you I was there. Of course I walk around. Of course I have dark hair. Yeah, I was on the trail that day. You throw me in solitary confinement and torture me. You put me on Haldol and everything else. I just want it to stop. Okay.
If you told me I was going to get to see my family, if I thought my family was going to be safe, if I thought my conditions were going to improve, if I was being involuntarily medicated with, I've been given Haldol one time. They injected me with Haldol I've said this before, at an emergency room. I literally went there for a migraine. Like, I wasn't even looking for drugs or anything. I went in for a migraine and I got Haldol, and I felt like I was outside of my body.
Yes.
And for like the whole there was like 2 days like my ex-husband had to come stay at my house to take care of my kid because I was like not all the way present. Like, I don't even remember going home. I don't even remember 90% of what happened there, but I remember knowing how I felt when they gave it to me. Like, I was outside of my body, like looking at myself. It was bizarre. So,
and to get the pain to stop, or to say what they want you to say for a means to the end,
absolutely.
It's only in front of the person's face this much. They will say, they do not realize when you say this, it's going to actually come back on you and haunt you for your freedom. But all you're doing is like, get me, just make the pain stop. So I, as a law-abiding citizen, now, because this stuff was presented, am found guilty by very intelligent, pretty much, these jurors. This is what was presented. And then, by the way, they throw something out there about a white van.
That whole thing, Brad Weber really, I mean, I guess in the interest of self-preservation, you would say whatever, but my God.
Am I muted? Oh, we lost Julie again. I know that she's gonna. Oh, we lost Sleuthy too. Everybody's just dropping off. There's Sleuthy. Julie probably just all again.
I literally restarted everything because I thought it was me and not Julie. But then as I was like clicking refresh, I heard you say, am I muted? I was like, shit.
Yeah, I heard everything on my end is coming through really good. But people have been putting, do a GoFundMe and whatnot. And I want to caution and urge. I will find out. I will get the specifics about, for sure, 100%, who's going to be handling the appeal, whether if Brad and Andy are going to do it as court-appointed public defenders, which is the preference of the way they do it in Indiana, or if they're going to transition to different counsel, which frequently happens if someone's able to afford retained appellate counsel. But I will find out for sure, and I will find out for sure what, if anything, they need. And then most importantly, I will find out if they do need things, resources, what the official vehicle for that is going to be. So it runs a little bit, because I've done that dozens and dozens of times for different things, attorneys charged with contempt and raising money to get transcripts and doing different things. But, so if you see a creator and soliciting money and it's going to get to, I strongly caution and urge people to give me 24 to 48 hours. Frequently you see people pop things up. We saw it at one point in this case for the cost fund. There's no problems ultimately with the fund for expert fees. I contributed to that, but it could have been done a little bit better and smoothly. And then we had people raising money, and I'm sure all of that money ended up where it needed to be. I have zero questions about the fund that Hennessy was in charge with, but just be very, very cautious if you see somebody saying, yeah, send money to my Venmo or send money to my GoFundMe until I can lock that down, and then I'll get it to Teresa and out there. But I think they learned some things on how that can be done a little bit better. You really don't do it through a GoFundMe. You do it through a trust, and you set up Venmos and PayPals and all of that. But because of the policies in terms of service on those platforms, it severely limits things. They take a cut. There's some aspects to it, but there's a way to do it where there's transparency and everybody's informed on what's being raised and how quickly and what the goal is and all of that. And then
the attorneys themselves, when they've had a chance to think maybe for a minute, they might even be able to set up a trust in order for them to have it go to that, like strictly for business purposes for what it's going to. So I know that that's what they had to do last time. That's what caused a little bit of confusion, because they weren't trying to have it go to the attorneys directly to their bank accounts, because you can't do that, which is why it went through Hennessy and his trust. So if at any point, in the next coming days, I don't see it being legitimate, if somebody says they're collecting money for that. So I would just wait until you hear from the attorneys.
Yeah. And I will, and I hope it's Andrea, but actually I hope it's Andrea's going to need a local attorney. So I hope it's.
I'm sure that you're. What do you call her? What do you call Kara?
Kara. I'm hoping it's Kara, Michael, and.
What do you call her? What's your nickname for Kara?
Oh no, that was the other attorney, PFD, the first original action.
That's her. That's Kara.
Was that Kara too? I thought it was a different lawyer.
It was Kara and Mark. Or if you're thinking about a girl, you're definitely thinking of Kara.
Wasn't it a different lawyer on the first one?
No, that's Kara.
I can find it real simple because I have emails with her. Princess of fucking darkness, and I'll put that in here.
Oh.
I thought that's what you called Kara.
You're thinking of the lady, the lady that was over Kara. I think she's the one that does all this stuff all the time. I'm trying to think.
Michelle, Melissa, something with an M. I think I know who you're talking about.
I do. I just can't think.
Okay, here we go. Here's the email between me and her.
When he says it, I'm going to be oh, that is exactly what it is.
There were 3 ladies on both briefs. And
I get that people are don't know. Maggie Smith, that's the name.
Maggie is the princess of fucking darkness.
Thank you, Chelsea. Thank you. I knew I would recognize it.
I always thought it was Kara that you said that about.
Kara needs no nickname. I mean, I just come up with nicknames because of my problems with names, and lead pipe for Hennessy, and because there's one in every state, and at least one, and he's for sure lead pipe. But in terms of that specific act on access to court records in Indiana, I looked up her background, and she's so good. She wrote such a good brief that they mooted it. They're basically, okay, we're going to fix all this stuff. And their response wasn't, we didn't violate anything. Their response was, well, we did this and we fixed this and we did this. There's nothing left. And, the Indiana Supreme Court still took the opportunity to lecture the court about the requirements of the Judicial Records Act, and basically said, yeah, we're going to dismiss this original action, but we're going to take this opportunity to explain once again how this thing's supposed to work. But I'll get the thing out, and it may be, yeah, we're not going to need anything because it's going to be through the public defender system, Indiana. They got to, the first expense usually, if you have retained paid counsel, is the record on appeal, which includes the transcript. So that's going to be 30 to 40 grand right off the bat, just for the transcript. And then for those, once it's prepared, that want to buy it for $1 a page instead of $4 or $5, you're still looking at $3,000 plus every page of exhibits.
Yeah, that's what we'll end up doing, a fundraiser to get that, because we won't be buying it first. The defense is going to end up getting it for appellate, so that'll help us on the cost of it at least. But we'll raise the funds to get the transcript.
I will get everybody. I will get Teresa and Sleuthy. I will get you accurate information, and I will begin to work on that this evening with Kara and Michael, and I've never corresponded with Andrea. I don't have a pipeline into her, but I do with Bob and Kara. And
I can give you her number. I know she would be happy to.
But I hope it is. But she's going to need a local attorney. There's no way around that.
Right.
I got to get off here because I have to drive home. And thank you guys all. I just want you guys to think about this. It just seems like is there like a paradigm shift or something? Like, it seems like the bar has been set, the standard of finding guilt, as far as even unequivocally proving this, the standard is so low. What is it? Is the social media? What's the influence of the minds? I mean, this seems like it is a long haul. We have intelligent jurors. I don't even want to look at this as just a Richard Allen thing. I want to look at this as an American thing. I want you to look at your kid.
100%, Julie.
I mean, they just sent a huge message to the law enforcement in Carroll County.
Yes.
Yep. Go ahead.
And they can shit all over your right. So anyone that's a local, and I do want to make one public service announcement before I shut up again. But everyone that's locally in that, this has just sent a huge message to law enforcement there that they can shit all over your rights and nothing will be done. You have nothing can be done about it. And for anybody that's maybe here, that's also on my Twitter, who's commenting things about how guilty he is and stuff, please just know that I've immediately muted you. I don't even read your comments, but you can keep on commenting. I didn't block you because I want you to keep driving my posts up in the algorithm.
So you can stay, but I can't see it. So just know that.
No, no, good for you. I was going to ask you one more thing, Travis. Will Richard Allen be put into the general population? Is that a standard, or does he go back into that torture chamber? I mean, it's torture any way you look at it. But I mean, is he going to be back in? I mean, where are they going to put him?
So he's going to be housed in the county jail until sentencing, and then he'll be sentenced on December 20th. Then there's a mechanism in Indiana. It's called a motion to correct error. Michael called it that they have 30 days to file that.
Travis, what is that exactly? The motion to correct error?
That's where you can point out problems during the trial to the trial judge, to give the trial judge an opportunity to fix it by granting a new trial because of a major error.
Oh, and we already know how that'll go. It'll go to gold.
And so, yeah. And he said the same thing, but, you know, they do have that. Then, so if they'll begin the transfer process. In Texas, you're sent to what's called a classification center. And you're sent there, and they find out if you're in a gang. They find out the nature of your offense, if it puts you at high risk, SA of a minor, or a murder of a rival gang member. Unaliving, I can't keep up with these euphemisms, unaliving of a rival gang member. Then they classify you and put you in a facility appropriate, they feel is appropriate to maximize your safety. But the reality is, prison is just not a safe place to be. So, for example, I've never had a law enforcement officer go to prison that I represented, but I'm familiar with those that have, and they're in pretty much ad seg. They can't go into general population. And then you have, and they're usually sent out of state to a facility that takes high risk individuals. That gentleman in Colorado that murdered his family was sent to a prison facility in Wisconsin that has a lot of high risk prisoners like that. So that's generally what's going to happen, is they're going to get classified and go over there.
Oh, shoot. Hold on. Michael Osbrook's here, Julie.
Oh, Michael.
Hey, Michael.
Michael.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Michael. I was going to call you when I was in tears, but I thought I'd just better wait.
So, Michael, I'm going to be reaching out to you at your email. And before you came back on, I don't know if you got to hear it or not. I was cautioning people if they were solicited, no matter how well-intentioned or whatnot, that I was going to get the facts and the information on what's happening on an appeal, and if financial resources are needed, I was going to get that clarified so that people had accurate information. But many people on the panel here with me and in chat have been asking the questions, and I was hoping and praying you'd pop back. I said the person who knows best in Indiana.
Oh, Travis, what was my question that you said he would know? I can't remember it now.
Well, I remember. So
thank goodness.
People were asking in general, how long and for him to get an appeal. And I think they really need the appellate process. I mentioned that motion to correct error that you mentioned earlier, that, you know, not much hope. I don't know if you know, the phrase for everybody out there is called pulling chain. That's how much time typically it takes for a state prison to pick you up after judgment of the sentence is entered, how long it typically takes to be transferred to prison. Of course, they've had some questions about how people are classified in Indiana State Prison as high risk, and whether they're classified into administrative segregation. But those kind of questions that only you would know, Michael.
You know, I don't know what they'll, within a couple days of the sentencing, he'll be sent, and maybe right away, he'll be sent to RDC, which is in Plainfield, I think. That's the, what is it? RD, I think the last is classification, but I forget what the RDC stands for. You know, my guess is he's going to Wabash Valley or the Indiana State Prison. And I don't think he's going back to Westville. You know, he's going to get 130 years. It's going to be ugly because Gul's going to be able to go off on him for as long as she likes. You know, he might be put in. I don't think they're going to put him in administrative segregation again. They might put him in protective custody, and that kind of a special thing where it's not Gen Pop, but you're kind of shielded from everybody else. And I've had one client like that, and he got protective custody because gangs were after him.
They put Keegan Klein wherever probably the same as what you're saying. I mean, he was a child molester, and they put him, he's not like by himself, but he's with like other high risk people that have the same charges, and also like people that need mental health, but they're not they're segregated from others, but not from each other. Is it like that? They have like their own ward or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, something like that. I am by no means an expert on the prison system, and the classification and how they move people around. But my guess is the Indiana State Prison or Wabash Valley, and they may, you know, the lawyer's going to ask, and the judge can only recommend something only recommend stuff to the Department of Correction. But obviously, the state prison will be, you know, closer to Kathy if she's still up north there. I mean, I have no idea where Kathy is or where she'll be moving to or what, but she's obviously got to go someplace else.
Was KK Klein was he sentenced federal time? Was that a federal crime, child pornography, or was
No.
it state? Okay.
No, it was state.
Is he housed in Indiana or sent
I'm gonna
out?
go by. I'm gonna get off here, but I'm listening. Okay, I have to drive, so I'll be
No, you're
listening
okay,
in my
Julie.
ear. Okay. God bless
Love
you
you.
guys all.
Love
Keep
you.
praying.
Thank you for everything,
Thank-
Julie, for
thank
your
you,
great
guys.
coverage, and we'll
Thank you
keep you
so much.
updated. All right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Bye bye.
To quote Kathy, this ain't over.
Yeah, I heard that she said that on her way out of the courthouse. Is that what you heard as well?
That's what I heard.
Yep. Well, I don't even have words. I don't even know what else to say.
Yeah, I think the only thing I can say is let the investigators in the appellate process rule it out. I sort of toted it up, and we've got about 2 months, that is to say, till the 21st of January, because the 20th The 19th of January is a Sunday. The 20th is Martin Luther King's birthday. So I think they've got till the 21st to file a motion to correct error based on newly discovered evidence. So I guarantee you the investigation is not over.
Is that one of those things that you need to file in that 30-day period, or you can't present that in a direct appeal? It's got to wait until a writ?
No, the only thing that you have to present in a motion to correct error in order to preserve it for appeal these days, it used to be everything had to be in a motion to correct error, but not anymore. But if you have newly discovered evidence, that has to go into a motion to correct error.
Okay. So for everybody out there, it's an optional thing. But if you don't do it, you can't bring that in the direct appeal. All the other issues that Michael's talked about in the past, these motion in limines about third-party evidence, third-party culprit, and related, the Frank's motions, all the other issues that have been discussed, those can all wait for the direct appeal, which is going to happen automatically if there's a notice of appeal filed. But if there's new evidence that they want to have the appellate court consider, they can't do that unless they file this motion to correct error within 30 days of the sentencing date.
Well, the motion to correct error will be considered by Gull in the first instance, and yeah, you can say it's denied. But if they've got dynamite stuff, they absolutely should get it into a motion to correct error. I mean, the investigation continues. I mean, I guarantee you it's continuing. As I said over on Angela's live, there's a phone the investigators need to pick up and look at, because there is definitely there. If the person is telling the truth, there's stuff on that phone that is potential dynamite.
Oh, are we talking about the phone that was owned by the kidnapper who also was recruiting people to gather people so he could harm them?
I'm not saying no. And I'm only using it as an example. And again, I said a few weeks ago, I was working on a lead that it's clearly possible to investigate, that came in as a tip. The Carroll County and the state police didn't want to have any of it. The person who put the tip in was madder than a hatter, really hopping mad, that he'd been ignored. But as I said, I think in a tweet, I have no idea where that's going. I have no idea where the phone's going. I mean, what can I tell you? The investigation continues.
Michael, can I ask you a question about this gag order situation? Because it's being reported that they're keeping this gag order in place. How do they? How?
Yeah,
When
the case
it's
isn't
over?
over. No, it's not over. There's no final judgment. The sentence is the final judgment.
Okay, so what about the jury then? They can go talk, right?
The jury is. I am sure that Gull told them they are free to talk to people and they are free not to talk to people.
But what's the purpose of a gag order at this point, Michael?
Again, there's newly discovered. I mean, the gag order on the lawyers and there's not much purpose to it, but it is what it is. And by the way, the gag order never, even though it says the families, the gag order never applied to the families. She just doesn't have any power over the families. They're not parties to the case. And Gull signed an order that So the gag order, the proposed gag order was submitted by McClellan, and he included the families, and she just signed it. She should have crossed out the families, but she didn't.
Well, a lot of the family members said they were never even served with anything to even tell them they were under a gag order.
She has no power over the families. They're non-parties, period. I mean, it's not debatable.
Concur.
Okay, so Just Me would like to know, can they request an appeal on the fact that the judge would not allow the third-party defense?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it was hilarious to listen to everybody's favorite member of the lynch mob, Gary Baudet, get up there and pretend to be a lawyer yesterday with the lynch mob, instructing everybody on direct versus circumstantial evidence. And he was saying the confessions are direct evidence. And I've been saying for some time, yes, confessions are direct evidence. And we've got the Indiana Supreme Court saying that confessions are direct evidence of guilt. And there are at least five. I mean, everybody's talked about the well-known two people. I know of at least two other confessions out there.
I was going to say, unless you're one of the Odinists, then it doesn't apply to you. Not only is it not it's not direct evidence, but it's also just irrelevant, I reckon.
Well, and Travis can correct me if he thinks I'm wrong about this, and that is that Gull, I think, made a possibly important real mistake when the last time she was denying the request to present the third-party evidence, she said there was no nexus, and she opened her mouth and said there's no DNA.
Yep.
Now, normally evidentiary rulings are going to be reviewed for an abuse of discretion. And an abuse of discretion happens when one of two things happen. Either a judge gets some fact crazy wrong, or when the judge makes a legal error. And by saying there's no DNA, I think she put on the record a legal error, because you don't have to have DNA to have a nexus.
So what you're saying is by adding in that the nexus would be DNA, that's an error because a nexus is not just DNA, obviously, because otherwise Richard Allen, there'd be no nexus.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing in the law that says for there to be a nexus to get in third-party guilt, there has to be DNA. And she basically said that. And, that's got to be one of the, so I think there's a lot of error in this, and, whoever gets the appellate record is going to have to look and see what was preserved how. I mean, that's really, we're not in there, and Bob and Andrea didn't. So there's the white noise. So we don't know what the sidebars were about. We don't know what offers to prove were made until you get the transcript, until you get the appellate record. You're really not going to know what's preserved and what's not. I think the third party stuff is pretty well preserved. I think the Odinism stuff was pretty well preserved. Especially after the state opened the door with Holman saying, well, it might have been an undoing. Well, you don't get to answer that. Anyway, have I gotten something wrong there, Travis?
No, yeah, I want to say no, you didn't, but I'm not Travis.
No, sir. No, sir. As hard as it,
well, that's a number.
as hard as it is, people are going to have to be patient, and then, we'll explain the process step by step. And Sleuthy and Teresa and I are working on something else. We may be able to take you through between now and the sentencing hearing. Not much is going to be going on, but we may be able to take you through another case I was involved with on the periphery, the West Memphis 3 case that has a lot of the same issues, and I'll let Teresa talk about that another day and what we're cooking up for that. But no, it's tough, and there's a long road ahead, and there's a lot of people in true crime that are in it because they want to make a change. Something that Michael has been doing his entire life, something that Hennessy, being involved in the Indiana Public Defender, and I always get it wrong, not commission, the one that's defense counsel that they help public defenders, either full-time staff public defenders or ones like Rosie and Baldwin, who are in private practice but take appointed cases, that that make sure that people who take those kinds of cases are educated, up to speed on all of the latest law and trial techniques, and there are people dedicated to very serious criminal justice issues, and Michael's one of them. He's taught hundreds, if not thousands, of students how to handle cases after there's been a conviction, to point out to a court, after a conviction. And why you never want a conviction over a hung jury is that all of the safeguards flip. The presumption of innocence, all of those safeguards, the beyond a reasonable doubt, all of those things flip to things like the doctrine of finality. Oh, the jury got it right. The jury can do no wrong. And I'm, again, not blaming the jury in this case or any other case. They get it right most of the time. It's but they get it right based on what they're presented with, or more importantly, what they're not presented with. And Michael is an expert in finding that one little thing in a 10,000 plus page record. He finds that one thing that courts are interested in, that courts will act upon, that courts agree are outrageous and can't stand. And it may be a shock to a lot of people if you stay interested in the case and follow it through the appeals process, how little a court is concerned with, and the minute things that they are interested in. But fortunately, Michael's been a great friend of this channel, and there's nobody more qualified in Indiana on that. As modest as he is, I defy anybody, as great as Kara is, Michael's been doing it for a career, and he has at least one person in that database I was talking about earlier.
I have a couple questions I was hoping to get in before I have to run. So if you don't, I just want to find out from you.
Before you get to the questions, Teresa, I want to suggest there is one thing that the crowd can do, and that is come up with every mention of a van in social media and where it was and when it was.
Are y'all writing that down? And I'll help you, Teresa, get the word out on that. Every mention of a van on social media, when it was and where it was, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Screenshot it.
So, so my first question is, so we talk about that they go to the sentencing, they have 30 days to file the appeal. What does it look like? Because there's a couple different avenues from my understanding, and obviously I'm not a lawyer, so everybody just take it for what it is. From my understanding, there's a couple different avenues that there can be, like, the verdict can be overturned based on new evidence, correct? There also is reversible error to get an appeal and go back to retrial. Can you just kind of walk us through, like, what are the different pathways that could happen here?
Well, I mean, that's it, really. I mean, there's the motion to correct error, and that's it. But there is a really interesting procedure in Indiana. It's called a Davis petition. Actually, they call it now the Davis-Hatton procedure, where what you can do is suspend the direct appeal and go straight to state post-conviction. And this might be an interesting case for that. Because you might want earlier rather than later to do the post-conviction investigation. Now, you might not. As Amy Carozzo says, she's the Indiana public defender, sometimes you want to let a case steep for a while before the Brady, give a chance for the Brady violations to float to the top. It's a tactical call, but I would think this would be a really interesting case if you really want to go, hammer and tongs on on continuing the investigation. This would be a really interesting case to do a Davis petition. Ask the Court of Appeals to suspend the appeal, and then what happens is you do the post-conviction work, have the post-conviction hearing, do the post-conviction appeal if necessary, and in that post-conviction appeal, you also get to raise all the direct appeal issues you would have had if you'd gone forward with the direct appeal.
What's that called now in Indiana, Michael?
They call it the Davis-Hatton procedure. So there are two cases. The really old case is about 1970, Davis v. State. And then there was this more recent case, and they were called Davis petitions before that.
Real quick, before we
If you want,
wait, Michael, I would like to renew my
if you
motion.
if you want to read about it, Travis or anybody else, look up. Look up the Seventh Circuit case, the first case involving Dentrell Brown. If you look up Dentrell Brown on Google Scholar, it will come up pretty quick. But the first case, there are two, and there's a whole discussion in there of the Davis-Hatton.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Good. I want to renew my motion for Travis and Michael to have a YouTube channel where they just talk like this and we get to listen.
Not like to quote a man much more smarter than me, not in this lifetime. I enjoy trying to give accurate information about how the law works to try and brace people for the disappointments they're going to learn about the legal process. And I try and educate them on how they can be an informed observer. And if they want to contribute to criminal justice issues, the best way that they can do that if they want to get involved. But you know, the things that people were accused of, including this channel, Sleuthy, Professor Osbrook, in an earlier exchange, private exchange about assisting in the criminal process, things that were totally ethical and appropriate and what good defense teams do, and being accused of all sorts of things.
Yeah, but the people doing the accusing don't even understand what the law is to begin with. They're just out there for the feeling of, oh, look at us, we picked the right guy, blah, blah, blah. They don't understand the law. They don't even understand what an attorney does to begin with.
I like being able to say, I have no channel, I have no, and it's not wrong for people that this is their source of income. There's nothing wrong with it. Thank God they are doing it, because just think where people would have been if they had to rely solely on local media, if there weren't channels like this one. And I don't care, whatever your other go-to ones are, it doesn't matter. The Matas, Andrea, Lawyer Lee, whatever, that the people that sat in that courtroom for weeks with legal training, that understand what's important in terms of evidentiary rulings, objections that are sustained. Thank God we had those people in there doing that, and that people contributed however they did it, super stickers or all the way, so that they were able to do that. But I just like being able to say, I don't know. I will come on any channel where the conversation is serious and people want answers. But I'll let Michael speak for himself about the suggestion for a YouTube channel.
I feel you, Travis, because I said the same thing. Like, we all know I live on Twitter. That is my home. I have a channel. Recently, people have been like commenting. I briefly see them where it's like, just curious, because I subbed to your YouTube channel. Like, are you still going to go on there? Because I haven't seen it. Like, the last time I went live, I can't even, it was summer. It might have been a 4th of July. And people kept repeatedly saying, you should turn on, because like, almost right away when I got a YouTube channel, I qualified for whatever it's called, where you can do like super chats and stuff. And I just don't do it. I don't want it. I feel like, and I'm with Travis. I have no opinion. Like, if that's how you're making money is on YouTube and you're making enough money, like, props to you for sure, because I work a full-time job and also piddle on here. And my full-time job doesn't bring in a whole lot of money. But it's enough to where when I come here, I don't want my subscribers who are paying me money to affect in any way my opinions of stuff. And I feel like if I'm being paid by people and I want to encourage them to keep coming back, then it's just a setup for me. I'm only talking about me personally. I would then turn into like pleasing people to keep them, rather than I'm just going to be here. And if you want to be here, you can too. But if you don't want to be here, it's like it literally means nothing to me. It doesn't affect my daily life at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I still get accused of doing this for money.
Well, here's the thing. So just to kind of go off what you're saying, I do have a channel that is monetized, and I get accused of doing it for money. Those people don't understand how it works, because this channel does not make a ton of money. This channel does not even bring in what I made when I did work. So this is covering Delphi, and having an opinion on Delphi has not made me rich. No matter what people think, my husband can vouch for that.
So one of the things that I love is truth. If anybody was here on Friday, you're going to get the cold hard truth. You're going to get confronted with the truth, the realities of what a criminal trial is. You're going to You're going to know that a trial isn't a search for the truth. You're going to know that a trial is not about justice for anybody other than the person on trial. You're going to learn, certain things. Right before Michael came on Saturday, I was saying that, we're really lucky to have him coming in to the channels he does. And, he's very selective about who he comes on with. And
he really is. He's probably more selective than I've ever been. There's people that talk to me now who didn't talk to me when I first started coming around for Delphi, because like I would go on y'all know I was on like Greeno's channel. Like I was willing to talk to whoever, and I still am that way. Michael's not. He's very he's very, I mean,
I'm not
his
willing to talk
list
to
of
anybody
people he'll
anymore.
talk to.
I was.
Yeah. His list goes down by the minute, but I think that the more informed we are, like we by we I mean like all of it, like just Americans in general, like the more informed we are about happenings on, the less I don't want to say less likely, I guess the more difficult it should then be to be taken advantage of. Like for instance, I make it my business to know a lot about everything, like with the justice system in general, like lawyers and motions, and I read them and I need to understand why they're filed, and I want to know like what can be filed next, and like I want to know all that stuff in all the states. But like I would never have the audacity, if I got in trouble for doing something wrong, to like try to represent myself, but I would have a better understanding of what was happening. So for instance, if I had been on the trails that day, which I haven't, and I would say that currently how I feel, which makes me really sad and sick, and I'm sure you feel this way too, Teresa, because your dad was a police officer. It makes me physically ill to think about the fact that if something happened that I was a witness to, or felt I could be helpful in figuring out, I wouldn't say anything. And that's really, really sad, because just a couple months ago, and I didn't like broadly share this, and I don't want to get into it, but I did tell Teresa about it. But like I saw somebody jump off a bridge, and I felt compelled after I went past to like turn around. I walked very far from, I went straight and I parked at a gas station. I crossed like a 6-way star like intersection in the biggest college town in West Virginia, and like walked all the way back to the bridge so I could tell the police like that I had seen it and I was right there, and nobody was near him, and he was by himself, and he was just standing there. He wasn't screaming anything. He wasn't, so like, but I felt like I needed to be helpful in terms of, so that nobody like my mind was like, somebody's going to want to know like what happened. And on one side, I can say that he was very much fine, like calm and like at peace, very much at peace. So maybe his family would want to know that. I don't know if that would make it better or not, but I didn't want like the guy. So there was another guy that was there too. Like he was basically between me and another guy. The other guy was on the opposite side of the street, facing my way, but we were both like within 20 feet of this man. I just didn't want, God forbid, like there to be any type of question of whether like that guy was art. Because when I pulled up, he was the only one that was there, was the guy on the bridge and then the guy in the truck. And I didn't want something to happen where they turned around and said something to that guy. And like, I could have been a witness to say, no, they weren't fighting. It didn't even look like they knew each other. Nobody pushed him, stuff like that. But stuff like this really, as sad as it is, discourages me from wanting to be helpful. And that's like not me, but it's scary, because if Richard Allen hadn't have said anything, they would have never knew he was there that day.
That's right.
So it's scary. It makes you not want to involve yourself, and that's not right. That's not how it should be. What's that effect or whatever, where I'm sure the two lawyers will know, but that like effect where basically if like if there's a whole neighborhood full of people and they see someone being murdered in the street, that like nobody calls 911 because they all think someone else will. It's called
Yeah, I
some
don't
kind of
know.
effect.
I know what you're talking
Case, a woman was being stabbed to death in New York City, and
Yes, that.
she was attacked 3 times by the same. I can only giggle a little because it's just so horrific. But she was attacked, and then the guy left, and when he saw that nobody showed up, he went back and attacked her again, and then a 3rd time. And but I'm surprised Teresa didn't study that as part of a criminal justice program, but very, very famous. And they were trying to determine, was it just apathy? Living in a big town, you become cold and calloused, or was it you assume everybody else? It was way before 911. I'll tell you that. Way before.
So I'm not doing a YouTube channel because I'm probably going to have to go to work, and you're probably not going to see me on Twitter because
I was gonna say Michael's fixing to be busy.
Yep.
I'm guessing there's an NDA coming my way.
Probably.
I'd be happy if an NDA come my way too. Just so we're clear, if I stop talking about this, that's why, because I'm helping, not because I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Oh,
Happily
God.
helping.
Because Lucy is the person on Twitter. She can't do anything with it. She says she can't do nothing.
Yeah, if I can
Somebody
be of help, I'll
Google Genovese syndrome. And then you can be our expert on Genovese. I think it's Genovese syndrome.
So can you,
Kitty Genovese.
Can you guys tell me now? So let's say the appeal goes through. He gets a retrial, and who are his attorneys? Who picks his attorneys? Who are his attorneys? How does that work?
Probably the same way all over again. Who knows whether, I mean, I would think that it goes back to the Carroll Circuit Court and whoever's the judge there. And I don't think that Gull comes back, and who knows in 2 years where she'll be in her career. And, there's also the question of whether, they would retry him. It depends on what shows up in the meantime. And
Just
so the way
overturned instead of the appeal. I mean, there's going to be 2 facets to that, because of new evidence, get the conviction overturned. It's a completely different situation versus going down the appellate route, which will also be getting attention.
No, I mean, it could be overturned. No, it could be overturned on the appellate route without any new evidence, but that there is new evidence that makes it look like a retrial would be a bad idea. In other words, that wouldn't be part of the appeal. I mean, it just
Teresa, we haven't been able to find that. Linz, will you send that somewhere to me or Teresa? We've been literally looking for the people saying stuff coming out of the courthouse. We can't find it anywhere.
Yeah, I can't find it.
Sorry, Michael. We've been looking for that for hours now.
no, I'll bet his attorneys were talking about what they're going to do next, and it's probably some pretty stiff drinks once they get home.
So
yeah, on a serious note on that, if people, it makes a big deal to the man in the arena, in this case, Baldwin and Rosie, if you feel, that that's something you want to do, a short note to them, if you feel that thanking them for the effort they put in despite the outcome, that you appreciate the work they did. I know we're talking about victims' families and the Richard Allen, his family, but I'm telling you, it takes a while to get over something like this as a trial lawyer, and some trial lawyers never get over it.
I'm looking on Twitter
Well,
right now, and I don't see any. I see them all walking out of the courtroom. I'm going to show you guys that, but they don't say anything on this clip at all. So you got Brad Rosie and his wife. There's Kathy Allen with Bob Motta. There's Andrew Baldwin. There's Ajay.
Was that Kathy? I wasn't looking. Was that her in like the pattern?
Kathy's right there, right? She's walking right here in the middle.
Yes,
Right here.
yes.
That's Kathy.
That's Kathy with
Also,
Bob.
Yeah.
I also
And-
want to say that the
There's his mom. That's his mom and his stepdad or his adopted dad. Go ahead.
I want to say that the mainstream media in regards to like reporting on this case in general, as well as the trial, should absolutely be ashamed because they've done a pitiful job reporting on this entire case.
They're saying that I spoke over Kathy, so let me be quiet.
Well, what's really sort of interesting is that you get the mainstream media, and I guess they'll get whomever they can get to talk to them, but they've gotten some professional, so they've gotten some lawyers on to give the lawyers' take on this case, and I got to say, I know of at least one who's like completely unqualified to do it.
Every day, Michael. And not only unqualified, but even the ones that are qualified literally don't know shit about this at all until like 10 minutes before they're showing up on the segment.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna hear. Let's see if we can hear Kathy Allen in the clip. Hold on. Okay, and then, but people are saying the attorneys spoke, and I haven't seen anything where the attorneys spoke. So if anybody finds that, let me know. This guy said it isn't over at all. That's what she said. It isn't over at all.
I didn't hear
Kathy.
shit. I was listening.
You can see her mouth moving too, so you know it's her because people were confused on who it was. Here, hold on. I'll play it one more time.
Yeah.
It isn't
Oh,
over.
I heard her. Yep, I heard her.
It isn't over at all, and it's definitely Kathy talking. But I don't see anything where the attorneys are speaking. So, but technically they're still under the gag order, so I don't know what they could really say.
I wish Andy would have gave us another journalism.
He's probably just so fucking pissed right now.
No doubt.
But by the way, as far as being selective about what channels I come on, it's not hard. I mean, there's somebody with one channel who's threatened my life twice. There's I'm not going on that channel. There's another channel where in one sentence I was called a POS, except that I got invited out to lunch and sure, come on. Yeah, no thanks. And I'm not going on any channel with anybody who was demonstrably involved with the leaks way back when, a year ago. Just not going to do it. And in general, and there's another channel who I just know what the discussion would be. This person has a retired judge who every time the retired judges and what the retired judge had to say, what the retired judge had to say was just like so completely legally wrong. I'm not going on that channel because more I say, well, that's just not right, I'll just get well, my retired judge says this, and it's kind of
Yep.
it you know, I can think of one channel I might have gone on if I'd been invited and had a real discussion with, because the person seemed kind of interested in the facts, although I think that person also misstated a number of facts. But
I know I've done it before, but
I
some
was
do it on
one of the
purpose.
first lives I was going to go. One of the first lives I was going to go on was Frank Westerling, and I just realized, and so in a series of well, and it was way back when I had just gotten involved in the contempt process,
Yeah.
and I finally said no because, and I think this is what would have happened with any of a number of channels. You can tell them what you think and why you think it, and you just get the same stuff back. And there's no development of the conversation, and it's just exhausting.
For sure.
And there's no purpose to it. And I'm happy to be wrong about stuff. I'm happy to be disagreed with. But if you can't have a discussion about something where it's like what you just said didn't happen.
Where do we go from here?
I'm laughing because people know that when that happens to me, and I'm trying to get a point across, and I keep getting the same thing back. People know what I do. When I try 2 or 3 times politely, but I
It's
hear
like
you.
it's like, wait a minute, which one of us is a lawyer? Have I been pretending this entire time? I thought
They
for
think
sure that I was gonna
I did it today. I did a Travis today. I got off, and I did have to go run errands, but there was just no talk. I mean, I said something about 3 times, and Fiend just kept coming back with the same thing, and I just like, okay, I'm out.
I think everybody has a point where once you feel like you're talking in circles, it's kind of like I can keep arguing in circles, or I could just like walk away, and usually that's best. But one of the things I always appreciated about Andrea, because I knew Andrea before I knew like any of my other lawyer friends really, and what I appreciated about her was when I came to her, I was already aware that obviously she knows more about being a lawyer than I do because I'm not a lawyer. But instead of her just like telling me the answer, and Michael, you've done this too in private, but like instead of just telling me the answer, she would cite like multiple different cases or different things for me to look up, and then I would be able to go look up and see what she was saying in relation. Like she would always have a receipt with it too, so I was actually learning rather than her just telling me the answer. So I think that we should. I mean, I just can't. I just wouldn't. I don't know, man. I don't guess I would argue with like lawyers that are willing to show me examples of what they're saying rather than just, I'm the lawyer, listen to me. I know we know lawyers like that.
Yeah, and what Michael's talking about in our private chat, as a matter of fact, Michael can go in, or I don't know if he's on a computer or phone, but so he's talking to people who are very, very smart and very up on technical issues, and they ask a question: what's the significance of this legally? And Michael, and it's happened to me, you're trying to give the legal answer, but they've got this point they're making that they've made assumptions to get to. And then Michael comes back, and I did the same thing earlier on a completely different issue. Mine, it was jury selection and the issue about firearm tool mark evidence and what kind of juror do you want? And so I'm trying to give the answer. Michael's trying to give the answer today, and it's like, well, this, and Michael's, well, Do we know that? What was the testimony? And you all have seen me do that dozens and dozens of times in here. What was the testimony? Because at this phase, it's trial. I don't care what somebody discovered, what they found out way back when, what they uncovered. It just doesn't matter. What was the testimony? And then, skipped over that, and it's just like, you can't. They want to make their point and get that point out, and then there was another creator that ended up running into problems. Same thing. You'd try and draw an analogy, and well, don't you think legally? And I'd say, well, no, the logic of what you're saying doesn't really apply, and I think it does. And well, not to a judge, especially this judge, but yeah, it's very, very frustrating. And Sleuthy, to your point, I like to empower people. That you can find the answer with some guidance. And then the flip side of that is you can also help in a case with guidance. I mean, the stuff that you do, Sleuthy, in your spreadsheets on that Karen Reed case, there is not one criminal defense attorney, trial attorney that would say, man, this is awesome. I want you to come and work on a case for me. It'd just be a question if they could afford you or had the resources or not. I mean, and Teresa, your ability to synthesize multiple sources and get down to the nuts and bolts of it and filter out the noise is incredible. Truly, sincerely. And then Michael's expertise and post-conviction, it doesn't need any amplification. The record speaks for itself, but that's why
I'd want to set Sleuthy loose if it were I'd want to set Sleuthy loose on the 15 terabytes of discovery.
Yeah.
I would love that.
Yeah.
I would have loved that. I would have happily done that.
Yeah.
It was.
Oh,
it was like your law student that came on with you very early on. I can't remember.
Oh, I loved her.
Wait,
Was it Teresa's show?
You do not have access to the discovery this whole time?
I'm sorry, but the jig is up. I have not.
Oh, man.
Michael had one of his law students on that he had help him dig into the social media. And were they on your show, Teresa, or another show where Michael and his law student came on? Anyway,
that was another show.
But, just really sharp young lady that finishing up the semester, had gotten her appointment, her acceptance to be a judicial law clerk for a prestigious judge, which is, that's quite an honor right out of law school to get a judicial clerkship, which she had. It was, wide-eyed, enthusiastic, and boy, I could see, Michael rubbing off on her and her exuberance, and just love seeing that.
Hey folks, it's 5:30, and I gotta say, I'm kind of surprised, but my phone's blowing up.
That's okay.
I'll be sending you an email about helping me confirm some things in terms of that, there's no misinformation, that there's no if people are soliciting anything in an official capacity. I'm going to try and fact check some stuff in the next 24 hours. So I'll be reaching out to you.
Okay. Well, I mean, people don't need to raise money for the appeal. He'll get appellate counsel appointed. And I needed to answer your question, Teresa, about I don't think we ever. Before I get off, I'll answer the question about how appellate counsel is likely to be appointed. It's altogether possible that the Gull is going to appoint one of her own public defenders to do it. That would be a travesty. I would hope that she would refer it to Amy Carozos, the Indiana public defender. So that's the office that handles all the state post-conviction work for poor people. I hate indigent; they're poor people. But she can appoint just about anybody she wants.
So, but we don't even know if she's still going to be. She may not even be at that point in her career where she's still overseeing this case, right?
No, but the appointment of appellate counsel is going to be up to her.
Oh, okay.
Unless she refers it to Amy.
I saw in Indiana.
And there is a reason. I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you real quick, Travis. There is a reason not to refer it to Amy, and that is I don't know whether that would create a conflict if the case comes to her office in the post-conviction case. No.
Okay.
I read somewhere that, and I've seen in a couple of state appeals, that Indiana favors trial counsel handling the direct appeal versus new counsel. And I've seen over and over again public defender appointed counsel like Rosie and Baldwin handling the direct appeal. Is that different from what you've seen, Michael?
I think it depends on the court. In Allen County, that's not, in the cases I've seen, that's not typically the case.
Okay, all right. That's all there's nothing out of Allen County that I've seen. It was different counties.
I know of an appeal here in Monroe County down in Bloomington. I know of an appeal where that is in fact what happened. The trial counsel was appointed to do the appeal. But I also have to say that I think it's pretty unusual actually for the trial lawyers to be appointed to do the appeal because they're trial lawyers and really, really busy. So the caseload.
These were newer lawyers, but murder cases. We're talking 5 or 10 year lawyers, and murder cases that went up on direct appeal. The trial counsel handled the direct appeal.
You're going to love this, Travis, and I don't know whether this is just maybe the general public here can pick it up as just, or maybe it's just lawyer talk, but you're going to love this. That actually my first habeas win ever was out of Allen County. A public defender had been appointed to do the appeal. It was a murder case, and the guy wrote an 11-page brief. In a murder, he wrote an 11-page brief that began raising. So he raised a sufficiency claim, right? That the evidence was insufficient to support the verdict, and the brief began. Although the evidence was conflicting.
Only lawyer nerds are going to get this.
Yeah, I don't think I got it.
So when you're appealing the sufficiency of the evidence, the deal is that the court on appeal takes the conflicting evidence in the light most favorable to the verdict. So you don't get to argue the conflicting evidence. So when you start a sufficiency argument saying, although the evidence was conflicting, you've lost.
Yeah. You're basically quoting the holding of case after case after case that ruled against an appellant. Says, although the evidence in this case was conflicting, taken in the light most favorable to the prevailing party, you lose. And so to start your brief, especially if you believe in primacy and recency in appellate writing, you usually like to start off with your first point, best point, and end on your second or first best, one or the other, and to start off with what the other side's going to argue is pretty sad indeed. And you have to laugh, otherwise it's just too painful. Where did y'all read? Take that with a grain of salt. But Michael's Sleuthy or Teresa read somewhere a quick thing that they were saying it's been announced Andrea was going to take the appeal, and I take that with a huge grain of salt. There's a number of steps that have to happen before
I'm
that.
sure that people just are, the attorneys just saying like they're willing to help with what needs to be done.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. And I bet, and I know Michael would be, he has, he's not sure how much is getting read, but the whole defense bar rallied around Brad and Andy when they were improperly removed. I mean, the entire defense bar, and then when they were hit with contempt, Michael did, and but before Michael goes, I want to ask him if he's familiar, because I know Teresa and Sleuthy are way, way, way too young to know who. It just slipped my mind.
Oh, goodness.
Who the Royal Guardsmen are. Michael, do you know who Royal Guardsmen are?
Yeah, in 1814 we took a little trip. Not to mention Snoopy versus the Red Baron and Snoopy's
10,
Christmas.
20, 30, 40, 50 or more. Every time I see Michael's avatar, I was in, I think, I don't know, third or fourth grade when that song came out, Snoopy versus the Red Baron. If you guys aren't familiar with that out there in chat, search it on YouTube, Royal Guardsmen, Snoopy versus the Red Baron, and
hey, I got to run.
Yes, okay. I'm going to end it too. But Michael, thank you for coming back on too. Julie was really in need of some Michael info, and I appreciate you coming back on so that she could talk to you for a hot minute. I just appreciate you being on here in general and just letting us, the public, know kind of where things fall now, what are the possibilities to happen, and next steps and whatnot. So we appreciate you here, and just thank you for being here.
Well, as always, thanks for the opportunity.
And I did send you some info, so take a look at your messages.
I will absolutely do that. See you, Travis.
See you. Thank you, Michael, very much. Appreciate it.
So long, Sleuthy and Teresa. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, you guys. I'm gonna wrap it up. Bye. So that I haven't had lunch. I haven't had breakfast. I haven't had anything. Like I've got nothing. And then
I'm gonna run too and let you guys wind it up, and then.
Travis, I'm so indebted to you. Thank you so much for just all of your help through all of this. And I know we're not done. We're gonna dig into some of the other legal aspects of what the next steps are. I pulled up a bunch of stuff on this Davis petition that he was talking about. I'm very curious to dig into that and see what we could find there. So
Yeah, we'll
just
flesh that out. We'll talk about that. And then you and Sleuthy and I can talk about maybe covering that West Memphis 3 thing, but we'll talk more about that. And
yeah, I definitely want to touch. I want to touch on the West Memphis 3, for sure. So I have to. I'm gonna go take care of the little tiny human who his dad ended up taking him to the doctor, so that I didn't have to hop off the live to go do it. But so I'm gonna go touch base with him and then go grab some food. So, but thank you guys, Sleuthy. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you for being here always. And I know that your internet is acting all kind of wonky. So and to my chat, you guys, man, I wouldn't know what to do without you guys. Even some of the trolls that come in, you guys, you keep it interesting, but mostly just for the supporters of the channel and the supporters of me, no matter whether you agree with my opinion on cases or not. I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate the people that come in and are just kind, no matter what their opinion is. So just thank you. I know you guys have 1,000 other places you could spend your time, and you still choose to spend your time here hanging out with us. Sometimes even when you don't agree with me, there's going to be a case where we agree. The next case we're not going to agree. Another case we'll all agree. It's going to ebb and flow, and I don't pick people I want to communicate with based on an opinion on one case. I pick people that I want to communicate with based on how you treat people and how you treat me, number one. But how you treat each other, that's most important to me, always will be, no matter what case I'm discussing. So just thank you for the ones of you who've been here the entire time, and you guys know that, and you respect it. So just keep being you. I don't know if I'm going to be back tomorrow, but I will for sure be back on Wednesday. So I may be back tomorrow, but I will for sure be back Wednesday. So just stay tuned. Go enjoy the rest of your Monday the best that you can. Stay off the YouTube streets. Don't get in fights with people over the verdict that we don't have control over. It ain't over, in the words of Kathy Allen. And that's the bottom line. It ain't over.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going do you dare to follow me?